werewa nora hetatu natu bali o hetatu watatu o mafilane Eagle FM, the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person who does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station Eagle FM and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
The views and opinions expressed by our guests and callers are not those of Eagle FM and any of its
Eagle
staff.
FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom.
Good afternoon and welcome to... Okay, that's weird. Right, there we go. Good afternoon and welcome to Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on Eagle FM. It's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday and we're in August, people, a very important month, as our late president once, put it. And so December is closing fast, and wedding preparations, wedding announcements, wedding. Well, we know that from this time of the year, just all the way through to December, is just wedding announcements and, getting married in December, blah, blah, blah. And then we know how these things go. So then you have a bunch of divorces to follow in January. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to congratulate the Zambian president, that's President Hakainde Hichilema, for securing a second term in office. Well, one thing that I have come to learn about the not just the individual state of affairs, but national state of affairs, which sounds a little redundant, but is that in the very same way that no one is perfect, no country is perfect as well. It's just now. This thought came into my head after I realized that the recent general election, in the recent general election in Zambia, one thing that was there was you have to understand, at some point things went very chaotic. I mean like literally violent. That the Zambian Electoral Commission had to suspend the counting of votes for a period of 24 hours. You have a bunch of observers that were also present, and that chaos. That's not the first one, by the way. That's not their first chaos. And if you were following the elections that were taking place in on this continent, and I believe Kenya is headed for the general election next year, and there's already like a lot of chaos going on. And this is all political, aka election, especially general election related. Just a few months ago, Ethiopia had their general election, and it was just one controversy after another, one rumors after another, and just a little bit of violence there, Like the case for Ethiopia was somewhat very, so bad that some regions, they literally did not get to vote. And you have to understand, this is the seat of the African Union. And election discussions, or more like the state of affairs of the country that hosts the seat of the African Union, is so unstable that they had to completely suspend elections. In the previous election of Zambia in 2021, they had to count, they had to count and announce the final results that that led to Hakainde Hichilema's first victory back in 2021. And when that announcement was made, it was made clear that there was one province there's one constituency, not province. There's one constituency in the Lusaka province that whose votes were not counted. Although it was at least it was announced that looking at the results available, even if we were to sit and wait for the results coming out of that particular province, it's not going to have a lot of material impact with regards to the numbers of who gets to win and who gets to pack their bags and go home. Now, starting from Tanzania, where we just saw all kinds of women, you are well represented in that one. The Tanzanian election was just mired in its own controversy. The Ethiopian election, and this is the home of the African, the seat of the headquarters, basically, of the African Union, mired in controversy. Mozambique, we are not even going to talk about. That was a whole another level of chaos. And bringing it here in Namibia, we have a tendency, at this point, we may as well just add the Supreme Court as part or more like an extension of ECN, because every time we have a general election, especially the Presidential National Assembly election, well, that's basically one and the same thing in the grand scheme of things. Now, one thing that we see there is we have a tendency of having our own chaotic situations, and then our rule of law pops in and reminds us that, okay, you know what, you may be, pissed at each other, that you want to punch each other at the face, but can we just let everything be decided by what the law says, not how I am feeling towards someone of a different political point of view? Now, so wherever you will look at this, before you start saying, oh, you know what, in America things are, may I remind you, just Google January 6th, United States. You don't have to look for a lot of things. Just type January 6th, United States. And you'll find all kinds of information in relation. You do realize, after Donald Trump's first term, he wanted to, run for the second term, but then he was, got his... he got kicked out by Joe Biden. Now, he did not accept that loss very well, that he decided to organize his own, more like a light version of M23-ish. And they decided to storm decided to basically storm the White House. So that was election result motivated. Namibian election results that are always ending up at the Supreme Court to be decided, with the Supreme Court deciding the direction of the elections. Again, election motivated. So Mozambique has been mired in some series of controversies, and Kenya is also one of those countries that has seen some violent aftermaths of basically especially presidential elections. So no country is perfect in the very same way that no person is perfect. Elections are going to be mired in controversies, some of them much worse than others. We just had ours, so we know how that feels. But we don't start firing guns and stuff. But this is where observers now become very important. So the recent election being held in which was recently held in Zambia. Pardon me.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
Not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station Eagle FM and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
Welcome back. So we continue. Now, the most interesting thing I find about the recently held elections, general elections in Zambia, where the sitting president also acquired for himself, thanks to his voters, and perhaps some interesting English and the promises made during the campaign. We have to understand, this is. This election was one of a very interesting one, because you have to understand. Was that in 2021 when Zambia had to default on its debt? Like the previous administration before 2021, when Hakainde Hichilema took over. I don't know what those guys are doing. Now, there's an excellent example of this going on in the US. Everyone that has been following the US politics, especially the mayor of New York, who is now basically a superstar at this point. Every time that he announced something that he is doing, everyone in the comment section of pretty much every video I've seen is asking the same question: that what the heck was the previous mayor doing? Because clearly this guy seems to be doing everything. Now, putting all that aside, the thing is, some of the issues. I know that in 2021, when Edgar Lungu lost to Hakainde Hichilema in his first, and by the way, that was not his first term running for that office. He'd been running for a while. Believe me, think of it, if you're gonna be a career politician, and mind you, he's isn't he a billionaire? Like he's I think he's the same financial status as the South African president, minus the whole SOFA banking financial system. But the thing is, the administration before the Lungu administration, let me just say, the Lungu administration seemed to have acquired a lot of debt to the point where the country had to default on its debt. Like, when all these things are being done, people are watching. Voters are not idiots. You can't just derail the entire country's economy and then come election cycle, and you think just a few speeches are gonna fix everything. So 2021, so Edgar Lungu loses, and a new political party, basically not the liberation struggle type of movement type of political party, takes office. It's something that we have also recently witnessed in Botswana. But for Zambia, that wasn't the first time. But one thing that you see here is that for those of you that are planning on being career politician, you have got to use your time in office wisely, because people are taking notes. And as always, when one thing that obviously the party that loses an election, the first thing that they claim is that that was just unfair. And the very same thing I found interesting back in 2021, coming out of the Zambian, the Zambian political party. What's this? The late Edgar Lungu's party that lost the election, and they kept claiming, including the Edgar Lungu himself kept claiming the election was unfair. Were the elections fair? I don't know. What do I know about elections? Anyway, but here's the thing. When you are running a country to the point where it's like this is again, it's very fascinating when you look at the patterns, because a country was run in a way that it acquired so much debt it had to default, and when they lost the elections, they wondered how that happened. Really? That's the same nonsense you're going to be hearing now that winter has basically come to an end. Someone is going to find out that they are a couple of months due, and they will tell someone's son, and his first question was, how'd that happen? Wait, that's your first question? Because if that's your first question, I really hope our child doesn't take after you. Fingers crossed. Now, the thing is, why am I saying this? This is a fascinating pattern, minus the winter reference. Why am I saying this is a fascinating pattern? Because this is the exact same thing that we recently saw again in Senegal, where the Macky Sall administration seems to have misled, and I'm putting the misled in quotation mark, misled the IMF into borrowing money using without meeting the required standards that they were supposed to meet before accessing those funds. Now, a lot of things now in relations to this questionable borrowing by the Macky Sall administration was only unraveled by the Faye administration after President Faye took over. And then they started, exchanging political blows with Sonko. Now his right-hand man, best friend. Long story short, bro now just decided to start his own political party, and now he's the speaker of. I swear, there are no friends in politics. Zero. Absolutely zero. So the interesting part is you have someone in office that is just screwing up left, right, and center. And when they lose an election, they start going, how this happen? Right. So you have zero idea. Let me walk you through this. You told the IMF that your debt to GDP ratio was about 70%. Meanwhile, it was over 100%. And people had their sneaky suspicions. And that's why you were voted out. You need any further explanation? That's just a reference to Senegal. Now, after having gone through all the just very simple, basic, a pattern weaving that I've just pointed out, several things here. One, in the very same way that no person is perfect, there is not a single country that is perfect. Not when it comes to to development, not election, not political, not economic decisions. Mistakes are going to be made here and there. Just don't be too critical of yourself. And also by that, don't be too critical. I mean, don't go blowing each other up. Because this was the fear that was observed in the recent general election recently held in Ethiopia, where you had entire regions, not just constituencies. You're talking about regions that were basically cut off from participating in the exercising of their own rights, which is their own their right to choose who gets to lead them. They were cut out. And there was actually a perfect explanation for that, because some of the regions that were cut out, they were unstable, as in it's just full of a bunch of guys that are armed to the teeth. So it's kind of not comfortable, going to the poll and then running into someone who is in the queue with an AK-47. Like, are we here for democracy or a coup? Because if you have an AK-47 instead of a pencil, because when you show up at the voting booth, you are not fighting the Avengers. You are there to just find a picture that resonates with you, and a name right next to it, and find an empty box right next to the picture and the name, and then put a cross in there with a pencil and have a good life. I don't think there's anything there's anything in the voting booth that needs an AK-47. Unless we have different ways of voting. So, different countries are going to have different types of challenges in terms of disagreements in relations to elections. This is not something that's something that's new in new in Zambia, and I'm emphasizing that because I've read a couple of articles on this, and of course when it comes to when you halt an election counting like the Zambian Electoral Commission did, there is going to be a lot of allegations, obviously coming from allegations of some kind of something fishy going on behind closed doors, and they could be genuine, they could not be genuine, which is why it becomes very tricky to to prove. If you can say, if you're going to claim there's something fishy that happened during the 24-hour time period that the ballot counting was suspended, now you will have to provide proof. And because until you can provide that proof, even if I was the one that rigged the election, I'll tell you, well, we didn't do anything wrong. Now, I'm not saying there was something fishy going on in the 24 hours that the Zambian Electoral Commission suspended, suspended the elections, because you have to understand. It turns out it was bad. It was bad. Like there were attacks at some, in some polling stations, and you have some ballot boxes that were stolen. Like really? This is now where I find power very fascinating. It's it's fascinating, but quick break.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura menace.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station Eagle FM, and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
The views and opinions expressed by our guests and callers are not those of Eagle FM and any of its staff.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura menace.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Lipuranenge no wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maondo tuto ingida ashike kapeno nweko dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili mehola mo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukara ya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doili nawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendife nawa nokumona oijamoili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Welcome back. 27 minutes. We are 27 minutes into the hour of 4, and you're listening to Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on Eagle FM. And today, on today's menu, is no election is perfect. Not January 6th in the US, not Ethiopia, and mostly the Tigray regions. And now, like I pointed out earlier, Kenya is headed for general elections come 2027, and the chaos have already started.
Well, are we on Zambia or are we on US?
No. Let's just come back to Zambia.
Okay.
Now, Kenya is an interesting story.
Now you're in Kenya.
I imagine 2027 is going to be decorated. So now...
it just might be.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah. I mean, how many people have the knives out for William? Well, Bra Ruto will have to explain.
That's one long queue.
He will have to please explain by himself. He is there by himself, no one else.
Now, look, this is what I was pointing out, earlier about. Look, I find it very fascinating how people start claiming, or more like, claiming foul play every time that they lose an election. But if you look at the state of affairs, how they basically ran the country. It's weird. Take in 2021, for example, when Edgar Lungu lost an election. It's like every,
to Hichilema, basically.
Yeah, to Hichilema. Like every party or individual that loses an election, they claim foul. But the country's economy was so bad, the country defaulted on its debt.
Under Lungu.
When did the borrowing start?
Before Lungu.
Exactly.
No, but the defaulting happened was while he was trying to correct things.
Like this is something that Lung and his party were in office for a very long time.
Yeah.
And if you ask me, they had all the time to correct all the economic chaos. But
if they knew what to do.
That's even more painful, man.
If they knew what to do.
If they knew what to do.
If they knew what to do, yes.
Look, now, see, I'm saying that's painful because if you find yourself in any executive position and you don't know what to do, why are you in that position? Because that's the question that will come. And now, we can even take another detour to Senegal, for example. Macky Sall's political party, borrowed money to the IMF in a lot of questionable ways that was only unraveled by the Faye administration. So you have this this trend of a political party, being in power for an extended period of time, and you have a lot of questionable economic decisions being made. And when they lose an election, they start claiming some kind of foul. Is there any foul? It could be, but the thing is, when you look at the series of decisions that be made, the thing is, people are not stupid.
Yes.
People are not stupid. They're watching. And the interesting thing is, in the previous election, Hakainde Hichilema, I think, won his election with about 58 to 59% of the votes. And now he's in the 60-something.
61 versus 38. That was one of the last countings that also our colleague Annekleta basically highlighted for the social media post. 61% versus 38%. So it technically is a 60-40 split in terms of... And the party they stood against, that Hichilema's party stood against, was Lungu's party. If we listen, dear listeners, yes, we had the opportunity of forwarding a few questions to a Zambian resident in Zambia, Mr. Moses Banda. He had the opportunity of sharing with us specifically a few questions that we forwarded to him about what was the reason for the violence that happened on Saturday, or technically /Friday/Saturday, And ultimately, was this the reason why the electoral authority in Zambia announced the postponement or the suspension of counting? What was behind that violence? Meaning, what fueled it? He gives a nice explainer. We thought we had the opportunity of interviewing the man for a decent amount of time. Unfortunately, Senor Banda decided to give us a good 4-minute summarized version of everything, which gives us the gist of much of the discussion. But yeah, if Helmut is...
Let's go to the audio.
Yeah, if Helmut is ready, yeah, we can do that.
We're all ready.
Yeah, you have very good questions here, but I'll make it brief. What really happens in Zambia for the violent? Zambia is not a province. It's a country with 10 provinces. And then under political affiliation, other provinces, the opposition won. And those are the people who were misled. They were rejoicing. Other people were running in the streets, doing this and that. That's why the Electoral Commission of Zambia suspended the announcement for the polling stations and for other constituencies to calm the situation. The opposition took a lot of votes in the northern part of Zambia, and that I'm talking about Brian Mundubile, and people were just too quick to do what? To celebrate. Yet, until the last constituency is mentioned, until all the figures are verified, that's when you can announce the presidential elections. And according to the constitution of the Zambian law, it says the time they will close the last polling station, they will add 72 hours to announce the winner. So they started voting on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. By the end of today, definitely the winner will be emerged. All right. How do Zambians feel about the Hichilema? Hichilema is not bad. He's doing very well. Not very well, but he's doing well, except that he needs a lot of time to comfort other ministries and other things which the former government left. Besides, the same Hichilema is, according to the Zambians, imagine the former president died in South Africa and he hasn't showed any remorse to bring the dead body or the coffin or the corpse to bury amicably in this country. We have a cemetery only for presidential, and we've buried about 5 of them in the same cemetery. It's called Memorial Park, just at the middle of the Ministry of Defense. If you come to Zambia, I'll drive you there. So the people are grieving because majority of the opposition, they are members of the former president, Edgar Chagwa. So they are grieving, and the majority, they don't want him to say, no, this guy, how can you keep your fellow former president in South Africa for over a year? Honestly, these were the griefs. You see what I'm saying? These were the griefs. And I'm not the person to talk on behalf of the whole Zambians, but these are my personal perspective. Otherwise, Zambia is a beacon of peace in the whole Southern Africa. Even you in Namibia, if it wasn't for Zambia, you would have not got independence now. South Africa as well. Zimbabwe as well. You see? And many other countries. Zambia was a beacon of peace through Kenneth Kaunda, our first president. If there's any information, I'll let you know, because by the end of this day, maybe midnight or any time in the evenings, they will announce the winner of the Republic of Zambia. It will be now the 7th president to take another term.
You know, that whole, President Edgar Lungu's burial controversy is one that I did not actually, I did not factor into the whole controversy thing. And politics is one interesting thing.
Well, Helmut, it's also
Because the whole burial, was just one court case after another.
yeah, and I think it's still ongoing in
South Africa.
In South Africa, because Lungu passed away was in South Africa.
Yeah.
Or did he pass away in another country and then he was moved
I
to
think
South
it
Africa?
was in South Africa.
Yeah, but the concern from that engagement had been something like, well, firstly, I didn't anticipate how that would even factor into sentiments. Because when I sent the questions through via David, because it's one of David's former university colleagues as well, who's currently back in Zambia. When I sent the questions through, I had to, think about just the Saturday, Friday events, the violence, and that led to the suspension. So that question obviously got answered like from the get-go.
Yeah.
And yes, Mr. Banda is correct. When you look at Zambia, Zambia isn't usually a country you would hear at the forefront of election violence. Not always. Even when Hichilema won back in 2021 against Lungu, okay, yes, the COVID situation was still there, but you didn't hear like severe election, disruptions because of intra-party or intra-political party violence against each other. You didn't hear that.
Yeah.
But if you take a whole bunch of the other Southern African countries, for example, and unfortunately, I'm sorry, I have to start at Zimbabwe. At Zimbabwe, there was a lot of mis and disinformation about potential election disruptions at polling stations. Apparently, there were scenarios that some members of a community would show up, then they were not registered, but they demanded to still vote, which led to particular delays in the voting process or casting of votes. That was back to the last particular elections of Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
It wasn't also violent. It wasn't Mozambique that we obviously saw.
Yeah, Mozambique was worse.
The pinnacle of that. It's not Madagascar where a democratically elected government was voted in. The concerns of last year happened with the rioting that happened, and then the military decided to quickly implement a coup d'etat, which saw the president run off to the island of Mayotte, the French territory of Mayotte, and the president is still there. Just for the SADC community leaders at the end of last year, I know you're laughing, but I have to cite this. Just for the SADC community members, literally saying in the most passive but the softest but most polite voices, and please can Madagascar please return to a civilian government situation again. These particular scenarios, Mozambique, Madagascar, I won't put Zimbabwe in the same bracket as them. Zimbabwe is separate because they are peaceful. It is peaceful. I don't know that much about Eswatinians and Lesotho because they're technically kingdoms, so you don't. The last particular political violence that it's Lesotho, yeah, that Lesotho saw was also just after COVID, when the sort of like internal tensions had boiled over, where some lobby groups, I'll call them lobby groups, weren't happy with the multi-party system that that Lesotho has. Now it led to riots. It led to a standoff between the activists versus the legislative, and the concerns technically they weren't addressed. They weren't ironed out, and that discussion quietly just fizzled away of what happened during 2020 and 2021, specifically in Lesotho. South Africa, I'll put South Africa also there in that mixed bag of how political parties can influence, crises in a country. We go back to 2021. We now know the culprit had been Jacob Zuma's daughter. And if you guys have ever heard some of the funny and weird things that Jacob Zuma is busy planning as a political head of MK party, where he wants to install traditional leaders between legislative and judiciary and the president. How do you install a bunch of people that are inheriting power, Helmut, over a constitution? I know we're talking about Zambia here.
The biggest problem with that is you're talking about oil and water here. It's not gonna mix. I mean, the whole the whole idea of representative governance went mainstream because people wanted to shift away from from inherited power, aka monarchy, into elected representative.
Exactly.
Someone answerable to
and
the
his
people.
suggestion is putting an entity between a president and the division of powers.
Yeah, I know that. That's,
And the president is the head of the executive.
that's not president. That's a king.
Do you see the funny thing? So that this technically means, and here's the funny thing, Amul. I have seen such a template before in a comic book.
No kidding.
There's a comic book I've been reading for the past 10 years because it's a Japanese comic book. But it's actually been running for more than 10 years. It's now almost 20 years old, this comic book. Its name is One Piece, and it's about...
Oh, yeah.
It's about, you remember the main character, Monkey D. Luffy.
Yeah.
Or Luffy... No, Monkey... Yeah, the surname... No? Yeah, Luffy D... Yeah, it's Japanese. Luffy D. Monkey is his name, because his grandfather's name is Garp D. Monkey.
Remember the protest in Nepal?
I know. It
Those
was
guys-
It was Luffy. It was Luffy.
See? That's what happens when Gen Z goes for a protest.
They watch They watch One Piece. They don't understand One Piece, but they watch One Piece. Okay, so Luffy's character, right? Or the whole discussion about what Luffy is rebelling against, which is technically like freedom.
Yeah.
Which is, guys, we have to grow up sometimes, nah. Your freedom comes with restrictions. You can't have absolute freedom. There's no such thing. And I think that's what happened in Madagascar as well. No, Madagascar was also Luffy, Helmut.
Wait,
Luffy was also there. Luffy was also in Madagascar.
One Piece went famous.
Luffy was in Madagascar. So, yeah. So the concerns that come out from there is that we have to recognize, okay, just to give you a synopsis of what Luffy was up against. So there's an entity known as the world government in the universe of One Piece. The world government has like a policing element, which is a navy, which they call the Marine Corps. And then above them is like the celestial government, which is made up by noblemen and royals that make decisions for the rest of the world. And above that was the Council of Four men that decides that make the last decisions about anything that happens in the world, the universe of One Piece. And above those four men was it is now have been revealed, it's an immortal character that has been living for the past 800 years. So, yes, I know. It's I've because I've been reading the comic for so long. I even forgot. I would read, and then I would stop at the latest chapter, and then I would skip like 6 or 7 months, catch up then with a whole bunch of new chapters, and then do the same thing. But yeah, so
that's how I watch series. I just don't have the patience to wait for when the next episode is coming out.
Exactly.
Just wait for the whole thing to, then I can just watch it once.
Now, the idea espoused by the mangaka, a mangaka or a judoka is known as a practitioner. The ka means practitioner. So the artist / author of One Piece, Eiichiro Oda speaks to a specific kind of a reader, a specific kind of audience. You were a 12-year-old 11-year-old boy when you read when this comic came out in 2004 or 5, and you literally grew up with this comic.
Reading it.
Because Luffy also matures, through each of the particular, they call it arcs, or it's like, you can think of it like seasons, but through each arc of the comic book, because it's now more than 1,000 chapters that it's got. Through each of these arcs, you see Luffy and his party also develop. So obviously the audience has grown up with the comic.
Yeah.
It's 20 years, or more than 10 years. Now, yes, the anime is there, which the Gen Zs watched, which is Madagascar and Nepal. But in the same case, you can see that they used the obvious thing that Luffy was looking at versus the behind-the-scenes developments. The behind-the-scenes developments, Helmut, which is one of the reasons why I read the comic and I don't watch the anime or the animation, because I realized with the animation they sort of like softened some of the themes. The comic has violence in it, and the comic has strong political messaging in it, messaging that you don't easily see in the animation, and even in the movies that they've made.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? Well, one of the biggest things that Luffy's against is slavery. Slavery is heavy in the comic. One of the biggest things that is also now slavery, if you don't know, is a severe form of exclusion, meaning discrimination. So for you to come now in a modern day context and look at Nepal and possibly Madagascar and looking for the slavery / discrimination component, you'd have to argue. You'd have to argue, your oil and water theory. You'll have to argue oil and water, literally.
Look, the mixture. Those two mixing and working together. You have to understand that even the monarchs that survived the democratic dispensation, are now described as constitutional monarchy, which is why they are more of a symbol than they don't really have the power and authority they had when it was an absolute monarchy.
Yeah.
Because if you were to bring back absolute monarchy, who's going to believe that nonsense that God just gave the power to you and your family?
Or you were suddenly born and you just got everything. Well, it does happen. Look at Charles III. Sure,
Look, at
well,
this point,
it also includes probably the Eswatini king as well. You
yeah,
wake up and your dad tells you, hey, listen, you can have 20 wives.
all these things that you can see.
And even the modern day man would
honesty.
go like, listen, brah, listen. 5 is a stretch in this modern economy. 5 is your threshold.
5 is your threshold. My bank account. 1 is
One is the limit.
1 is the limit. And even that is a serious struggle.
It's a development issue. It's a development job. So if you see the villainy of what Jacob Zuma explained in that one video clip that I saw on YouTube, I was like, what is this old man up to?
For that to work, it's going to take a lot of consolidation of power, and every time that power is consolidated by someone that takes over power by force, because that's the only way it's gonna happen, because you're talking about overhauling the entire South African constitution here. And now that means that overhauling is going to require a lot of legislative hands on deck to basically restructure, to distribute that power in a way that is not abused by any of the either the president, or I don't know where you're going to fit some kind of monarchy type of power structure somewhere in between. So that working out is going to think of it this way. It's like bringing a surgeon and your traditional healer somewhere in the middle of the savannah to work on a patient in in the theater.
You bring
someone is going abracadabra, someone is saying pass me a scalpel. This is the type of confusion you are dealing with here.
You're bringing a surgeon and you're bringing the witch doctor, or what did you call it? Did you use witch doctor? Or did you say traditional healer?
I would say traditional healer.
Okay.
Now look,
because abracadabra is very close to the witch doctor side of things.
I think the main difference between a traditional healer is at least from a technical or more like a traditional point of view, is that a traditional healer uses herbs. Like now, but a witch doctor is the one who is telling you, you know what? I saw you coming here, dude. You lie.
Hey, you stood up, sir. You stood up and you watched me from your gate. That's what you saw. I saw you come. Anyway.
Something was bothering you yesterday. Really?
I knew you would show up. Yeah. But yeah, okay. So now, just moving away now from the other SADC analysis.
Yeah.
What Mr. Banda cites is that we can obviously see that there was some aspect of mis and disinformation taking place.
I mean, it's in the political sphere, so mis and disinformation is expected.
Yeah, and it was it is technically justified, or not justified, confirmed to a length by the EU observer mission. They say it was mostly on digital platforms.
Yeah.
I just went to find the report again that I sent to you. So they cited in their summary, and this is and these observer mission reports, guys, came out literally on the Saturday, the 15th of August. They said I just want to find the mis and disinformation component. They said on the social media platforms, false claims and discreditation persists amidst growing self-censorship. Is on page 2, Helmut.
Yeah.
It's actually the first point from the top, and this resulted. This was resulting from restrictive cyber laws. Social media extended the main candidate's reach as well, which also offered those with less resources a low-cost alternative to rallies and for paid broadcast. Ethnic and violent language was limited in the EU elections observer mission monitoring. They didn't see it, basically, that's what they're saying. And in terms of verification, the iVerify platform was consistent and professional in debunking false claims, which included issues around the ballots and the ECZ. This is the Electoral Authority of Zambia. The president, the internet shutdowns, because apparently the claims were made that there were internet shutdowns in Zambia. This iVerify platform technically kept debunking some of these claims, which technically could have been that the person probably walked into a dead zone where there was no internet coverage and then claimed that there was internet shutdown. Or they probably didn't have data. That is also another plausible explanation. And also the opposition figures, meaning statements that the opposition were bringing out in Zambia regarding the developments at ballot boxes and the likes. So this iVerify platform technically stood out as a neutral, as a fact-checking neutral resource that was helping every citizen in Zambia establish the facts around some of the rumors, some of the discourse, some of the shared social media content. And I mean, do you know what's the funny thing? I watched a TV series recently. And I don't like going back in history with many TV series, meaning I don't like watching, if the thing only came out in 2022, I don't want to go back to it. But my illegal Russian site played a trick on my eyes, and then they decided to put 2022 under 2025, however. And then, because it had two brackets, and I only read the 1 year. So this TV series is one, it's known as the Silent War. But it's technically the British Secret Service against the Russian Secret Service in cyber warfare and the likes. On the ground, the story obviously follows a young British MI6 intern. She starts as an intern. And the other story that is posed against her is her former classmate, a Russian, he's a Russian weapons trafficker son, because his father makes millions from selling weapons. What's the name actually for those people?
It's giving Victor about an arms dealer.
Arms dealer, yeah. His dad is an arms dealer. And so the character's name is Vadim, the Russian guy. Vadim and the intern, the other lady, they both came from the same university. Vadim stepped out. He dropped out of the university because he was obviously a rich kid, rich family's kid, because he doesn't want to do IT, but he's good. He's got talent in software engineering development as well as also cybersecurity skills, because he can hack. And then Vadim gets kidnapped by the what's the KGB's new name? The FSB, just so that they can get to his dad. And then his dad has to make a deal with the FSB because he knows the FSB guys. And the FSB guys are very friendly. They say, okay, fine, Vadim will give you a job even. We negotiated with your dad. So Vadim gets a job. And this thing primarily follows before that point, before the kidnapping, where Vadim started. I saw how, because in many cases, many of the fictional stories that we see in TV stories and in TV series and in movies, they have a sense of background research that the movie producers made. Yeah. For example, like the thing that I shared with you about how the US Army and the CIA, their investment arms. And then there's a report that I watched the other day of how there was an actual guy in the CIA who wrote whole scripts, like Meet the Parents, of what's the guy's name? The guy that has he has a birthday close to mine, also in November. What's the guy's Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller's Meet the Parents with Robert De Niro. Meet the Parents, and then Meet the Fockers. It's not a swear word that I'm saying. That's the actual movie name.
No, Meet the Parents. Yeah.
Meet the Parents was number one, ne? Because they made three movies.
Yeah.
So Meet the Parents is number one. The whole script was written by the CIA.
I think if you look at the entertainment industry in the West, look, it's not a secret that their Department of Defense works in very close proximity with
invests even.
Yeah,
not proximity.
All you just have to do is what type of toys do you want for your movie, and we got it all.
Yeah, that's Michael Bay.
Yeah.
And when you get to Jason Bourne, the whole not Jason Bourne. It was the other guy. Yeah, no, it wasn't Jason Bourne. One of Tom Clancy's books.
Yeah.
That Harrison Ford played the character in the movie. It was a 1989 movie. What's the movie's name, toch, man?
Okay, my turn. Hold on, just let me finish my story. As I was saying,
My man, you've been finishing your story for 10 minutes now. Even my chassis is getting warm.
Just give more eyes. Anyways, long story short.
Oh, aye. When you're talking, it's a short story long.
Short stories turn long. Go best together with Tassenberg. Not for persons under the age of 18. Enjoy responsibly.
Lipurane ngeno wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maundu tutoingida ashike kapeno nwe kudite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doini nawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshe fa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamwili nawa ninge kwata fanona Monica ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile ko mberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura, and I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Welcome back. So let's continue with today's home run. If you just tuned in, home run with Helmut and Dwight, your drive time show on Eagle FM, keeping you company wherever you're tuned in from. Thank you for tuning in. So, mis and disinformation. It's not something that's. First of all, it's not something that is unique to Zambia, as the EU observers observed.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Oh, sorry for the shuffling of papers, guys. Sorry, there was something that caught my eye. No, it's not, Helmut, because let's look at that example that I was about to finish before I also got sidetracked by jumping into another thing about how Hollywood and the militaries of the global north are invested in their local movie making spectrums. That's probably why India has a lot of the Superman, themes running through the Bollywood movies. My brother told me once he was made to watch a whole bunch of Bollywood movies where the guy flies through everything and the bullets bounce off his, and I'm like, really? They copy and pasted the Superman theme? Then he said, yeah. You see, the action and the special effects are wonderful in Bollywood movies. You're even captured there as a viewer, but then you go like, nah, man, I've seen these things before.
Where Indian movies, someone like Bollywood takes it to an extreme.
Yeah.
Someone will be shooting my friend at close range, Kahanja, and I'll be coming from here to go and catch the bullet.
Oh,
yeah,
and the whole theatrics of how you're running from here.
Yeah, from here
to catch the bullet.
Yeah, through the speed hump.
Yeah.
To go and catch the bullet.
Yeah.
They show you all those. Like, how slow is this bullet? Like, at this point, you should.
Or how fast are you moving?
Yeah.
That you have not disintegrated because of all the laws
That's
of
exactly
physics.
what's going to happen, because you're going to disintegrate if you will have to run fast enough to catch a bullet.
Yeah.
That is being shot about almost 100 kilometers away. Now, but the thing is, the use of entertainment industry and espionage is not something that's new. Yeah. The French, most of the stories I've read on the use of celebrities in espionage are French. But the thing is, you have Josephine Baker, Julia Child, you have Cary Grant, you have Frank Sinatra. All of these guys have been, alleged to have worked in close proximity with their country's intelligence services. That's where you see that the entertainment industry is, to some degree, in a lot of countries, very weaved into the countries, into their country's intelligence service, because you have to understand. They have this status as a celebrity, for example.
Yeah.
So you have nations leaders that would like to see them. When Michael Jackson filmed "They Don't Care About Us" in Brazil, "They Don't Care About Us" was filmed in the most dangerous part of Brazil, the part that was not controlled by the government. It was controlled by a bunch of drug dealers. The drug dealers offered they just told him, "Mikey, a huge fan. Don't worry. This place, no one is gonna touch you." And they filmed the entire thing. Now you see.
Talk about local content.
Talk about. I know, right?
And local beneficiation.
Look, man. So that's a sign that when it comes to celebrities, even arms dealers have their favorite celebrity. Now, you see, that reach gives one, a type of access that your regular intelligence operative does not have. Yeah, they unless you will have to send them through undercover. But the thing is, when someone is already at the top of their career, then you can easily just employ them. But the thing is, in the world of intelligence, chances are very high you're gonna get them killed.
Yeah. The concerns have been also, Helmut, that like Mr. Banda cited, Zambia is primarily peaceful.
Yeah.
The other question that I asked, that he also just summarized fantastically in a couple of minutes, was the one about the perspectives and of the current president, who's now won re-election, Hichilema. What were the perspectives of Hichilema coming into this particular elections? And the nice thing that was explained is that you can see that there's still a lot of corrective work that his administration had been busy with up to this election, and that, well, I can't say it categorically whether or not Mr. Banda is, favors President Hichilema or not. I can't say it, but also cannot say when he gave the explanation for the how the rest of the country, like the political opponents of Mr. Hichilema's party, how they also view him, and he gave a perspective which has been probably the other half of Zambia regarding how Lungu's passing and the treatment of his family, and also the suspicions and rumors. Because I know the South African news outlet ENCA and the South African Broadcasting Service SABC, they tried to explain the standoff between the Lungu family in South Africa and the Zambian government and Hichilema. They tried. They didn't give a convincing explanation as to, okay, why did Lungu decide to go and live in South Africa? Why? I mean, none of our former presidents are living outside of Namibia. Okay, with an exception, if you look at Cameroon, please let's not talk about Cameroon.
Yeah.
That's a unique case. That's a case study by itself. That's a unique case. But
it's an immortal case.
Yeah, I almost said something in the same line. But I went with a diplomatic response. Yeah. So it is funny that a lot of the particular. Okay, look. Zambia's got a lot of people. How much you had Zambia, the map of Zambia up there in front of you? How many does it say there? What's the current population? Because Zambia is a lot of people.
Yeah, the last time I checked, they were at about 14 million. Now, just hang on a second.
Because the voter stats that were shared by, what's her name? By Anakleta a little bit earlier.
The 2023 estimates puts the numbers at 20.2 million.
So apparently,
20. Jeez.
The counting that was done.
Yeah.
The registered voters that Zambia have is 7 million on the dot. And Hichilema got 2.4 million voters.
Yeah.
And the closest rival from the NRP-UP party, which is known as the Tonsa Alliance, they got 1.4 million. So 2.4 versus 1.4, this technically means that there was a major abstention, probably, because only 4 million votes out of the 7 million were cast. This means that only 57% of voters had shown up. This also translates to basically that it seemed like it was going to be a 2-horse race the whole time. And when we look at this 2-horse race scenario, they mention here that 192 constituencies were announced at the time of the 2.4 million versus 1.4 million front runners. 192 constituencies had been counted at that time. So Wait. Here's the other one. So by the end of everything that was counted, Hichilema had apparently recorded 2.9 million votes, and the second place candidate from that's Brian Mundubile had recorded 1.8 million. Remember, it was 2.5 and 1.4 million respectively.
Yeah.
So, this is a scenario specifically where we can obviously see out of that 14 million, 50% were registered to vote. And obviously 4 million out of the 7 million, which translates probably to, 4/7. This technically would be like 70%. No, I'm lying. 60%, basically. Close to 60%. It would translate to 60% of the registered voters showed up to participate. So, when we look at that dimension of the perception of Hichilema leading up to this elections, you get to understand, okay, so there was almost 2 million Zambians, almost 2 million of them, that didn't like the public spat between Hichilema and Lungu, even up to when Lungu passed away.
There's an interesting comparison that you'll find here. 2021 elections, for the presidential elections, there were 7,023,499 registered voters.
Yeah.
And 71% basically of them showed up to vote. 71% of them showed up to vote.
Yeah.
And fast forward to 2026, and the recently held general elections. For the presidential elections, you have 8,786,300 voters registered. So basically, you have to round it up, you have 7 million people that voted. That registered to vote, not that voted. You have 7 million people that registered to vote in for the 2021 elections, general elections, and for the presidential elections,
it's now out 8 million. The one for 2026.
For 2026, it's now it's 8.7, so it's basically 9 million.
Yeah.
Now, out of the 7 million that registered to vote in for the 2021 general elections, 71% turned out to vote. Out of the 7 million, 71% showed up.
Yeah.
Out of the 8.7, out of the 8.7, basically 9 million that registered to vote for the general elections in 2026, 57% showed up to vote. That's a drastic decline.
Yeah, probably also shows a little bit of an abstination.
Yeah, it's a huge one, from 70 to 50.
Yeah, it probably shows an abstination. In between, we also have to basically what do they call that thing? Calculate for new people, because obviously yes, almost a 1.6 or 1.7 million increase from the 2021 the voter base, the amount of registered voters. So just as a point of correction, guys, that little statistic I read was something that my colleague Anna Kleta shared earlier. I thought it was up to date. Just now verifying in terms of the actual amount of registered voters in Zambia is 8.7, like Helmut said, 8.7 million. So we clearly see that there is, if I think now basically like in an economic sense, there is a clear market for politics and multi-party politics. There's a share of 8 million voters to go around, how you can dissect and thus communicate your policies through and your ambitions as a party. The concern,
sometimes I don't really realize just how few we are as a population until I start looking at these numbers. I mean, these are just registered voters. That's not the whole country.
You know what's the funny thing?
Yeah.
When we did Germany last year, remember? When I told you they voted on a Sunday?
Holy cow.
They voted on a Sunday.
Yeah.
The votes were cast, were collected, were calculated and counted. And by the end of the Sunday, 6 o'clock, you knew Friedrich Merz had won. A country that has 80 million people.
We couldn't count 3. Actually, no, forget 3.
No, we couldn't count. How many voters did we have? 1 million.
No, 1 point something.
It was 1.4, right? Or 1 point.
Jeez.
It was 1.4.
Oh my God.
We couldn't count
That terrible.
700,000 votes in a day.
Look, I think counting wasn't our problem. It was casting the votes. That was where the biggest delay was.
Yeah, and the verification process, obviously, of the data. Because here at Eagle FM, we also try to sort of like, do our, I won't say amateur way, but apparently the ECN didn't like it when, journalists showed up at the voting stations and then took photos of the little record document, that paper that they stick to the station.
Yeah.
They didn't like that. And I mean, then the basic question you would then have to ask is then why would you have that document up there? To basically say what? If that document and the verification and the auditing that has to take place at the head office of the ECN, why then allow the what they call it, the presiding officers to then put up that document at the stations?
I think this is where transparency now collides with technicality, because one thing about the public sector, especially take ECN for example, they are established through an ECN. Through an act.
Yeah.
And so they have an act of parliament that basically strictly outlines their mandate, who gets to announce the results, and how the procedures that must be followed as part of the verification process before announcing, so that little to no mistakes are made. Because when you're announcing, when you're sharing information that is as sensitive and a lot of people are eager to hear what you're gonna say, so you have to filter your information to make sure that it's all correct on a lot of levels before you make it public, because you don't want to give half-cooked information only and then say, you know what, those numbers were actually, we didn't verify those ones properly. First of all, they're going to question your competency, and that's how, again, mis and disinformation of something fishy going on is it's fueled.
Yeah.
And that's where political opportunists basically use that as one of those things that they can basically use to fan the flames into something as dangerous as what we saw transpiring in Mozambique.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing about Mozambique was, Helmut, it was all started around an accusation and then the death of the lawyer.
Yeah.
The legal representative of the opposition party.
And that doesn't help.
Yeah, which did not help.
Yeah.
Which technically should have been a scenario of let the police do their job. And then obviously the opposition, they went haywire and complete bonkers with, their accusations and stuff, and then Mozambique fell into chaos. What we obviously see from this particular engagement. Now, I want to get into one of the other observer mission reports, because the EU one was pretty standard, cited, small things like accessibility for people living with disability, dimensions of how peaceful was the voting process. Those things were confirmed by the EU itself. The next preliminary report we're sitting with here is the one from the Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC countries, the ECF. They were also here in Namibia back in 2024. They were the ones that we had the lovely sort of like, the AU one and what was the third one? It was ECF, AU, and SADC, yes. All three basically said everything was top-notch in Namibia. Everything was running smoothly, except what they did not like was the failure of the technology on the day.
Yeah.
Meaning the tablets,
kept overheating.
They kept overheating, and so there was a lot of
that led to basically delays
into
the election process
and into the verification process,
and the logistics around ballot paper distribution. It's like there was a lot of underestimation with regards to voter turnout.
Yeah, at many polling stations in Namibia, but we did cast our votes. Now, I'm once again going into the post-election environment because the ECF here under paragraph 6 outlines a couple of things. You'll find them on page 3, Helmut. So they say here, now while the mission continues to observe the immediate post-election environment in liaison with other international observer missions in the country, the mission resolved as follows. The election day procedures generally proceeded well. First off. That's something that Mr. Banda basically also confirmed, with no reports of widespread intimidation or significant disruptions to polling. The mission, however, observed some operational and logistical challenges, which Namibia also suffered greatly from.
Yeah.
I mean, Zimbabwe also suffered a bunch of logistical things, something similar to what we suffered from. There was either a lack of budgeting or adequate calculation of how many voters would show up at a station. Yeah. And then you suddenly see there's this influx or the surge of voters at one particular station. Now, they further on continue in that same paragraph to explain the challenges including delay in delivery and inadequacy of materials, which will be elaborated in its preliminary statement. The preliminary statement will also cover the mission's assessment of the pre-election environment. So they were still holding back a little bit until the counting finished. Remember, these preliminary reports and statements, Helmut, came out during the period of the suspension of the release of the results of Saturday. The ECF then continues to say that they are a peer-to-peer mission to the ECZ, which plays a crucial role in supporting its member missions at critical moments in the delivery of the mandate, but the ECZ is at such a critical moment, and this informs a change of approach to the mission's deployment in Zambia. They also mention that while the mission was originally scheduled to close on 16 August, which was the Sunday, given the current circumstances, this is now the Saturday when the statement was read, the leadership of the mission will remain in the country until 19 August. And during this period, the mission will observe the results tallying, which currently is about to end at the end. I was hoping for at the end of yesterday, like Mr. Banda explained, because Mr. Banda recorded that for us yesterday. But obviously things cascaded into this morning.
Yeah.
And clearly, it does put Hichilema up as the favorite because it is technically declaring that he is the successful winner for re-election or for reinstallment. And they noted primarily also and that the work by staying on till the 19th, which is tomorrow, of the other international observer missions that have the mandate also to undertake preventive diplomacy. Now, they further on, just to end, the mission will scale down to 8 members, including the mission leader, whose departure date will be at 19 August, and the other mission delegates will depart on the initial date of 16 August, which was Sunday, and that the mission will continue to assess the immediate post-election environment and determine its readiness to release a more detailed preliminary statement. This was read out by the mission head, Justice Annabelle Mtalimanja. And she read out this particular statement back on Saturday. So they were obviously, that's now from the ECF. They were obviously observing the climate because of what Mr. Banda explained to us, which we also saw from the EU statement, primarily being that it seems that social media is the culprit once again. Social media. Yes, I didn't finish my explainer of that TV series, The Silent War or whatever thing. In there, you know, you could see how movie makers research certain particular mechanisms and things, you know, from reality to bring it into, to make the storytelling more authentic.
Yeah.
In the Helmut, they give insight in terms of how a social media, for us, you and me, it's known as a troll farm. You remember the thing you explained to me that is in Southeast Asia, the guys that sit with a 700 phones in front of him, and then they write responses.
Phone farms.
Yeah, phone farms.
Yeah.
Now imagine the same thing, but not with phones, but now with social media accounts, and you've got PCs. But it works like this apparently. It's 4 people sitting in a cluster. You have a social media account. I have an account. There's someone else here to the left, and there's someone else here to the right. And let's say a news article pops up from a media place in Namibia, and then you respond to the article. You read a few lines, and then you make an antagonistic comment.
Yeah.
And then I come out and I argue against you, and then you respond back to me, and then person number 3 responds and says yeah, and takes the whole discussion eastwards, and person number 4 takes the discussion, into a westwards discussion direction.
Yeah.
All these things basically highlighted specifically how you can anticipate how these social media meddling takes place. But here's the thing. I will put this, for example, to the scholars and the authors, not just the authors and the academics and the trained locals, for example, in Zambia, who also studied political science. Many of them also know about the tricks of campaigning and lobbying. I mean, in the so-called democratic world, a lobbyist also influences a decision and a policy. In slightly authoritarian countries, slightly authoritarian, you've got sycophancy, or you've got, this bag of ticks attached to the buffalo situation. The buffalo provides all nutrition, sustenance, longevity and all that for this cluster of ticks.
And also, transport.
That's a good one. Transport as well. Yeah, transport as well. So we had to... but in both scenarios, lobbying still takes place. You still see lobbying. Whether the lobbying is top down or whether the lobbying is from a parallel level, which is completely divorced from legislation or lawmaking, influencing or even executive powers, lobbying still comes in somewhere from an interest group.
Yeah.
Now, I joined a workshop yesterday, which I didn't go to today, because I realized I would. But before that, we've got an ad break keeping up on us, guys. We'll come back right after this.
There's something about opening a Tafel lager that brings people together.
Yeah, and once people come together, the voices follow.
Ideas get shared, laughs get louder.
New perspectives come up where you least expect them.
Because when people use their voice, conversations start.
And those conversations, they can refresh a moment and even shape what happens next.
So, grab a Tafel lager and start the conversation. Tafel lager, now we're talking. Not for persons under the age of 18. Enjoy responsibly.
When it comes to managing your investments, should you rely on one expert or a team of specialists? With a multi-managed portfolio from Alex Forbes, your funds are guided by carefully selected investment experts, working together to pursue more consistent outcomes. We pair the right managers behind the scenes so you don't have to manage multiple relationships. Strengthen your investment destination. Visit alexforbes.com today. Alex Forbes Namibia is registered and regulated by NAMFISA.
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station, Eagle FM, and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa, and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
Welcome back. We continue. So, where were you?
The story I wanted to tell you guys was so yesterday I went to this workshop that was also related to elections primarily, but it was organized by a CSO organization based on recommendations coming from various stakeholders that observed Namibia's last elections of last year and of the 2024 elections. The 2024 elections, the presidential elections as well. So these recommendations were used as sort of like to bring together all stakeholders, which included media. I was the only media person, I have to mention that as well, which was very surprising because even Ministry of Education was there, and I was even wondering, why was Ministry of Education people here? But anyway, still. And a lot of CSO participants and then political parties. At that particular engagement, guys, even at that basic workshop, there was a representative of ECN there. I think she's the head of the operations. And many people in the workshop thought that they could get, like their direct answers right there, like things would be solved right there. But what many people forget in like a Namibian context, or even in modern countries in terms of governance, and if you follow a democratic principle, or even your name has the word republic in front of it, because republic technically reflects a democratic notion, many of the people there thought they could get their way like right there. And then also you could see a whole bunch wanted to throw, there was one guy, he wanted to throw technically, like silent bricks to the ECN in a way. And people don't understand, if you have large organizations like the ECN, who have to deal with large budgets, large staff contingents, their project management level is technically the whole country.
Yeah.
You realize the job is not, it's not a nimble organization. The job is not a job about how quickly you can react to something. It wasn't a public health scare that they've got to respond to, like Ministry of Health, that can just go and seek executive powers from a president and ask a president, listen, make a proclamation that you are suspending certain liberties of the country.
Until we contain
this outbreak that happens, and then poof, voila, there you go. It's not that process. And even then, it was difficult for Ministry of Health to actually achieve the best possible outcome that they could.
Yeah.
But I even saw, Hamad, which technically reinforces the notion that I've had for a long time, observing and seeing election and participating in election processes. Even in peaceful Zambia, as Mr. Banda had cited, you will always find bad actors, and you will always find agitators, and you will always find someone who just believes today is my day, it's election season, let's start something. Let's release some bees or some hornets in someone's peaceful, kitchen, and let's see them deal with this emergency.
Look, this is where I think social media, is presenting one of its downsides.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apart from a lot of countries, especially in the developing countries, instituting age restriction with regards to the use of social media, and it turns out in Africa it's only Gabon that has done that, which I found fascinating.
That has done what?
Age restriction.
So far,
using
But apparently, it's failing in the UK and in Australia and in Canada.
No, just picture how difficult it is to police. That's the thing, because you'll have to how do you police that? You'll have to storm every door to.
Or you do what China does.
What's that?
You cut off the internet from the rest of the world so that you can manage that internet.
Boy, do I have a story for you. One thing, one thing that a lot of parents will tell you, those that are basically, that have especially kids that are adult. There's, one thing that you see is that the older your child grows, the more they basically outmaneuver a bunch of restrictions that you put in place.
Yeah.
So especially,
and it's never permanent.
Yeah, no. You will put one in place. The next thing you know, they have figured out a way to just go around it. So you'll have to come up with a new one.
Yeah.
And now we've all been there. We were all at some point guilty of that. Your parents were there thinking, you know what? Well, he's in his room. Meanwhile, the whole time you just lined up pillows and then covered it like a blanket. And your mom walks in your room and is like, isn't he just an angel? Homeboy is not in that room. And
you already jumped through the window.
I know,
and
right?
then she wonders, why is his window opened? And then she sees the footmarks there on the windowsill. Oh, look at him. And then you get, and then your mom waits for you at the back door or at your window as you come back. Helmut, I know you were caught.
They'll just wait for you to get in your room and get in your blanket thinking that you got away with it. That's when they'll turn on the light.
And they go like, well, you made my day. It's been a long time since I've exercised my right arm. My swinging arm, And we're not talking about Barry Bonds or Alex Rodriguez swinging or Brian Lara playing cricket or Roger Federer even, This was nothing sport-like.
Now, in June, there was a protest in India.
Yeah.
Now, in June, there was a protest in India, and something interesting happened. Now, the protests in Delhi have brought focus to the messaging app. Now, this was in June, such as Brief Cherry, Briar, and BitChat. BitChat uses Bluetooth. That's the one that Indian protesters, youth, were using because there was an internet blackout.
Are you talking about the Cockroach Party movement?
Cockroach what?
Haven't you heard about the Cockroach Party movement? Apparently a lawmaker not apparently, she did say it, the Minister of Education in India, that the youth in India are cockroaches. So,
Jesus.
The youth decided to establish themselves digitally as the Cockroach Party.
Look, they really did find a workaround.
Yeah.
Using Bluetooth, and we're talking about
free.
and we're talking about you are talking about India here, and India now there's a reason behind. When it comes to tech, their education is top notch, which is why they dominate the tech industry in terms of you find a lot of executive guys in a lot of in Silicon Valley, Indians. So that means now
from India, guys, not from the US.
From India.
Yeah.
Now, that means their tech skills, because of the education available, it's very high compared to a lot of countries. So that means the internet restriction that a lot of countries have implemented in the event of more like a riot or a protest, they thought it was going to work, except it didn't. So now what that means is it has basically set a template. So that means every time there is some kind of chaos going on in the country, every president that will bring about, or every country that will bring about the whole enforcement of an internet blackout, they will have to factor GitHub in.
Yeah.
The only thing is, for a lot of countries, especially in developing countries with a Umukuru development community type of high school. They don't even know what GitHub is, so you don't have to worry about that.
What? What?
Umukuru Development Community High School. Look,
like David, who's just been project schooling everybody.
Look, man, if you and HD and David and Heleni, you know how to use this technology, the short range wavelength communication.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to do that. And you want to talk to me? I'll be very difficult to reach because, I have the smartphone. It has Bluetooth. It's a skills issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what this means is...
But we know that at least you know how to use Bluetooth now.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't know how to use Bluetooth, hey.
I'm just making sure, man.
Look,
because
man.
you referenced Umkuru and I haven't heard of Umkuru.
Umkuru Development Community High School.
I have not heard of Umkuru.
Look. That's one of Basketmouth, the Nigerian comedians. One of his, I think it was one of his earlier like mainstream piece.
Is his name Basketmouth?
Basketmouth. That's it. Now, the thing is, he's basically making jokes about around fancy schools and public schools. It's like you can tell from the name that this is definitely a public school.
Yeah.
Saint Helen, Saint Paul. Yeah. And then you have Umukuru Development Community High School. Now, you can ask anyone which one of these is public school. They will tell you the one with a long name.
Yeah, that's definitely
definitely
the one that says community. It even has
exactly,
community.
it has community.
Or like David would say, that project word that definitely says it's public.
It has to be.
Yeah.
So misinformation is one of the downside of mass communication. So now the thing is, you could bring in restrictions, like you can see being is something that's been put in place by countries like Spain, the Scandinavian countries like Denmark,
like Australia.
Yeah, exactly. You have Australia, and I think the French followed suit.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, it becomes very difficult to police, but those restrictions are just for what? For young people.
Yeah.
And those people are not at the polls; they're at home. Now, but here's the thing. Internet blackout is not going to help.
Yeah,
it's not going to help very much because the more technology advances, the more people, like we just saw with recently in India, they're going to figure out different ways of different ways of more like avoiding those blockades that they're going to put in place. What the only solution to this for me is be at the forefront of that misinformation, and the only way to do that is civic education.
Yeah.
Because if you take civic education out of the equation, then you have a large number of you have a bunch of people that for one have no clue how their policy works. They have no clue how their government works. They have no clue how their what different ministries and SOEs, what their mandates are. So when someone cooks up misinformation with regards to what the Ministry of Mines does, they're going to believe it without any questions because they didn't know what the mandate is. That's because there were no, for the most part, platforms made available for them. Now, when it comes to platforms, I think the civic education part, as a way of sort of like as a method of combating misinformation, or it's a two-party problem. You have the individual citizen that must participate in, take for example, attending a stakeholder engagement so that they are aware of what's going on in the country's political and economic sphere.
Yeah.
And you have the central government, more like the government that's basically dispensing this information. So now the government dispensing this information with no one showing up, that's not going to help. And a lot of people being hungry about information and no one is dispensing that information, again, no solution. So both the people on the ground and the government have to play their part. And then now this brings you to one very painful part. It's human nature. Anyone is going to generate false information when they are losing an election.
Yeah, or if
most likely than not, they are going to generate.
Or if they see that something is not going in their favor.
Yeah.
Like an argument, I've seen it personally.
Exactly. That's a very easy example.
Yeah,
just
we've
look
all
at it
seen
on a
it.
personal level.
Yeah,
when you are losing an argument, you start cooking up stuff,
or you start throwing accusations. Just got a little bit of PTSD there of one such particular argument, but yeah, you see it. I mean, you see it. So
you see it in our individual capacity. So that means it doesn't change on a large, on a societal level.
Yeah.
So you have a large number of people that are losing info instead of an argument. In this case, you have an election, for example.
Yeah.
They're not gonna say, "Oh, you know what? We didn't prepare on this one." And you see the same thing with with sports. When their team, when their team wins, they have a very good coach, very good players. Everything is just superb with their team. When their team loses, it's either the referee's fault, or they'll just pick one player in that, in their own team who they will crucify, just pin all the mistakes on him, or it's the other team's fault.
Or it's the coach's decision. In football, many times it's the coach's decision, because you can sometimes see that there's potential in the play, but the tactics being executed are not.
They're not matching.
Yeah, that they're definitely, the potential and the tactics are not matching. One other particular thing that's also very visible was specifically what Mr. Banda explained about how effective that miscommunication was, or that and disinformation was. The people running out and celebrating in the streets, example he explained.
Yeah.
Now, that technically would speak towards someone doing their best to create. Which one is the ugly one? Disinformation. Yeah. Disinformation is the ugly one, where they say you are purposefully sharing false information to cause harm, and misinformation is whether you are doing it purposefully or not, but it does still lead to some sort of a direct social impact. It's not on a level that you can claim criminality or any wrongdoing to an extent, but misinformation still happens. So in that regard, you could see what the immediate first results were. People were celebrating prematurely, and Mr. Banda highlighted to us primarily by law, the ECZ announces results 72 hours after the polls had closed.
So that means you have a lot of people, it's safe to say that a bunch of people that were celebrating did not know the process with which the results are officially made.
Yes. Now, it's a similar thing, Hamud, that popped up in that workshop. I don't know why that workshop coincided so elegantly with today's discussion. Because even yesterday, the trainer explained from some of the feedback that were given by some of the people in the room, in terms of, because in like the first morning session, the trainer tried to understand, do people understand processes of elections, especially civil society and civil society organizations and community leaders who are not political leaders. Do people understand? And the unfortunate thing is, many cases, many scenarios, you could hear the reasoning. Now, the one guy suggested, because, remember back to the 2024 elections when you and I did the presidential elections, the reports that the observer missions submitted the next week after the elections. Remember where some of the opposition party guys were in attendance, and they asked in the Q&A to the observer mission heads, "Are you guys saying that our elections was free and fair?" Remember that event when I brought back that content?
So they had to be told that no, we can answer that question now.
Because you've got a court, you've got a legal and a court's process.
Yeah.
Now, one of the accusations were also made yesterday, similar to that. But the one guy explained, now one of the recommendations, which is one of the recommendations that was also there that we had to look at, one of the recommendations that was given by the observer missions back in 2024 about our presidential elections was lock people down in their constituencies like we did with the local and regional elections last year.
So let them vote
where they live.
Yeah.
Which I also believed, because I saw the chaos. We experienced the chaos firsthand in 2024. In 2025, suddenly you had this well-mannered, low-impact local and regional authority elections, and you were like, now where was this mood for 2024?
Yeah.
Now, I would have loved it if 2025 was 2024's mood,
Yeah.
Where you live is, because I also thought that would have been the thing, but then it was explained there is in the Electoral Act a provision that makes the presidential election, the whole country becomes one constituency. So you can vote wherever you are.
I think locking everyone in their constituency is also going to come with a downside because take for example you registered to vote. You registered to vote in one of the constituencies in Commerce region, and
you won't be allowed.
You are registered to vote here, and you find yourself in a different part of the country.
Yeah,
different
on the day of the elections.
Yeah, then you are not going to be allowed to vote.
Yeah,
and then it becomes now you are going to have another rally of I was not allowed to exercise my right, and
yes.
You're going to have a whole type of debate coming out of that.
Yeah,
but on the misinformation part, something about that goes beyond social media now, and that is technology. You see, you have to understand that there are a lot of bots, and with AI, it's not even helping. So you have a lot of bots that are basically providing all kind of all kinds of comments. But just bots aside, let's just start from where this whole discussion started. That's of internet misinformation, and that's what's the not bot farms, phone farms, because before there were bot farms, there were phone farms. This is a thriving business
for someone. Yes.
Yeah, it's a thriving business. So what this has turned into is, if you and I are running for office and I want to tarnish your name, a lot of Namibians or a lot of Africans or a lot of people that are not aware about bot and phone farms will believe everything that I will say about you, because it has a lot of views.
Yes.
I'll just put it on my social media platform, whatever platform that I'm using, and then a lot of people will just look at the views and comments of like, okay, a lot of people have viewed this comment and a lot of people have liked it, therefore it must be true. It's not, because for all you know, I could have hired someone in South Asia or in West Africa or in Northern Africa, someone that runs an entire franchise of, if you can call it that, of phone or bot farms, to just do the liking and commenting on every trash that I post about you. And when real people look at this post and see all the likes that all the likes and comments and reactions and also the reactions, basically, because this will also include the number of people that have shared this particular post. One thing that a lot of real people that are not aware of this, how dangerous this technology is being used, especially when it comes to pushing misinformation out there, they will just look at the number of views, the number of likes, and assume because it was liked or shared or commented on by a lot of people. Or the
impressions were a lot.
Yeah, therefore it must be true.
Yeah.
It's not, because you can do that by just hiring someone that offers that particular service.
Who can quickly share it with, because they've got access to so many accounts that can quickly amplify this thing's prominence.
That's Spotify's problem right now,
because it basically manipulates the algorithm of the platform.
Yeah,
because the platform sees, there's suddenly 20 devices with 30 different kinds of accounts,
therefore this must be real people.
It seems like this is the hot and trending thing, and then it is found out that these are all fake accounts. Yeah. Accounts that were made two months back. Or they were made at the start of this year. All of them.
Yeah.
At the same exact time, these accounts were made.
Yeah.
Which was funny.
Now, last year, remember last year, was that November or December last year, when X decided to add on this feature that revealed where this account is, where this account was created from.
Originates from, yeah.
A lot of MAGA accounts were coming out of Nigeria.
And India.
And India.
Yeah.
Now, look, the thing is, how are you making America great again from Nigeria?
And from India?
Look,
and they discovered all those accounts that were made before the US elections, in that same year. They were made back then.
Look, man. This is. I think it was about a year or two ago when it came out that a lot of people, a lot of students, especially from the US, I think, parts of Europe, were having their assignments being done by students in Kenya. So this is how. This is one of those downside, basically.
Talk about outsourcing.
Yeah.
Outsourcing
Max.
Oh my goodness.
I know, right?
It's an ugly outsource. It's ugly.
You see, the thing that we have here is it has become a legitimate business.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know about legitimate, but it's a business that you find in a lot. On a lot of platforms. Yeah, and they are more like call it illegal, movie or music streaming platforms. They are difficult. They are basically impossible to shut down because this is like have you read the 12 labors of Hercules? What's this? It was a Nemean lion and a Linnean hydra. Every time that you cut off one head, two heads pops out from the stump that one head was cut off. These are basically illegal platforms. When one of them is shut down, believe me, there are thousands out there that springs up.
Oh no, they collaborate.
Wait,
they collaborate. Do you know how I discovered? It's like my favorite platform. I won't mention names.
I also have my favorite.
I won't mention names here live on air. So, my favorite platform there, all they could do is, instead of the URL, the address, would say .com, they go change it to .co.
You're saying .co?
They just drop the M. Or they would say the platform, and it would have -com dot something else.
I ran into one called, it's literally called Donkey.
Yeah. They are becoming creative with the name registration because they know what Google and usually the American authorities.
Yeah.
It's predominantly the American authorities. They know what the American authorities are trying to do, and it comes through, for example, like what I discovered also, like my browsers at home. The one that I use is Mozilla Firefox.
Yeah.
Firefox and Chrome report back to the US authorities if Dwight is sitting on a website which is basically pirating intellectual property of America or of the world.
Yeah.
So I know I'm sending feedback back without me knowing that I'm sending feedback back. But the downside has been these guys are they continue to fight a losing battle. Because all those...
it really is a losing battle because, for one, how do you police that? You see, this is the tricky part that basically governance is about to face, especially when it comes to online misinformation.
Yeah.
Even if you bring about age restriction, social media methods, like what we are seeing in Australia, France, and Spain, and Gabon. How do you police that? Yes, you can say you can't be on social media, until this age. At the end of the day, it's going to have to be parents also who will have to play a role in, at enforcing that. So now you will have to police someone's homestead. That's not going to be easy.
Yeah, and do you have authority to police someone's homestead?
Now, you have take countries, take countries like China, for example, that have, some of the strictest, internet laws.
Yeah.
But there are still ways that a lot of users bypass them.
Now, one of the biggest concerns, Hamud, for example, like I said about the collaboration, if you know your illegal site's particular, name and pronunciation, and you just Google search it, and you see, suddenly, when the attack happened, when they were stopped, suddenly you see a whole bunch of variants pop up as the original was attacked. A whole bunch of variants. That's as they are literally moving the library.
Look, if you have gone on social media to look up some of these platforms, just forget the video, read the comments. Man, there's a lot of Ubuntu going on there across a race. And
Reddit is full of the Ubuntu-ness also.
There's a lot of Ubuntu. We are helping each other.
Is my platform? Is it off again?
No, don't worry. There's this one.
And it's also funny. Who also shares some of the hints about finding these sites?
It was
Pinterest.
Oh no, content creators.
Yeah, Pinterest. Yeah. A guy, a Chinese guy, made a video that is titled "It's illegal not to know these sites." And then I find one of my sites are there. I'm like, look at this guy. Look at this guy suggesting things here.
I think you see, this is where the human and the technology now are going to have a problem being at par with regards to comprehension.
Yeah.
And and mostly a walk around. Remember the story I told you about one guy that tricked ChatGPT. First of all, he first typed in chemicals to mix in order to make a bomb. And ChatGPT, of course, brings up this whole community guideline. I'm not allowed to share all this information because it's dangerous and all that. And then he switched the question. Chemicals not to mix in because they may explode.
They may create a bomb. And then he found everything.
He found one heck of a list that, like, for example, if you mix this and these chemicals, this is very dangerous because it will explode. And bro was just there taking notes.
Maybe I should go and try my ChatGPT tonight about how to get free money.
Look, the work around
without working.
Look, the work around.
What's that meme? How to become rich without working?
Seriously? Without working?
Why, man? You have to dream big, Helmut.
Look, I think that's impossible because even if you you decide to become a thief, you still have to work. Stealing is a lot of work.
Even if you become a thief, you still have to work?
Yeah, you still have to work. You really have to work.
You're just not paying taxes, but yeah, you're still working.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of them working in front of Al Jazeera. And
actually, they do pay taxes because they spend that money anyway in the economy.
Yeah, they meet at hotels.
They pay VAT.
Yeah,
they pay VAT.
They meet at eating establishments to tell each other, you will lower your voice. We don't want to be on the front page.
Hey. Wait, what? No, Helmut, no. Don't bring it that close to us.
They also ended up on the front page, which is good for the media. And also created content for me every Sunday. Shout out, guys.
That joke will never get old, ne?
You and I should forget about public office.
Working in government, ever in our lives.
Yeah.
Technically, Eagle FM must inherit us by now.
Absolutely.
Not just adopt, they must just inherit us.
Like at this point, we are cooked.
The best is for us basically to move back to our hometowns, ne? And start from new.
Yeah. Just start afresh.
Yeah.
Wherever we show up. Oh boy. People are gonna go, so it's you. There are two reactions.
You are not the one they are bumping into. They're bumping into me. Helmut.
You're the one that attend events. I'm just here.
And then I put up my hand. Hey, listen, I've got questions to ask you.
They're like, oh, it's you.
Yeah.
So we're 4 minutes into the hour of 6. This is Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on Eagle FM. Let's take a live read before we continue. Vilvicha University 2027 applications are now open. Faculty of Health Sciences programs, certificate for enrolled nurse, midwife/accoucheur level 6, certificate in pharmacy level 5, diploma in environmental health sciences level 6, bachelor of social works honors, bachelor of nursing and midwifery science honors, postgraduate diploma in community health nursing level 8, postgraduate diploma in occupational health and safety level 8, postgraduate diploma in mental health nursing level 8, master of public health, master of occupational health and safety. Apply now. For more information, call 081 403 6406. The number is 081 403 6406. Vilvicha University, where everyone is an achiever. Before we continue with the public office is about to get a whole lot of difficult things to technology. You guys should learn to code. I know coding is taking over, but it's being taken over by AI, but at least just get the basics of it, just how things work. Like at this point, it must be there must be coding literacy in the very same way that there is computer literacy. Because at some point, I feel like that information is almost like the skills are going to be required to understand the tech world around you. Quick break.
lipurane ngeno wapumbwa evatero ulikoni maondudu toingida ashike kapeno nweku dite ovoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshefa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa noneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura menace.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
The views and opinions expressed by our guests and callers are not those of Eagle FM and any of its
Eagle
staff.
FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura menace.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station Eagle FM and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
Welcome back to Eagle FM and the Eagle TV. I'm just putting you guys in the frame so you are famous, most.
David is being snooped the fame. Do you see?
Now that you all are in the frame so that people can recognize you when you go for events.
Since it's just David and me that go to events and Helmut doesn't go to events here.
No, I'm just here starting all the war and then you guys go out there and
We're the front line.
You're my foot soldiers.
Oh, did we apply for that position?
No, I mean it's an interesting promotion.
It's a promotion.
I did not apply. I didn't apply.
It's a friend.
I didn't apply for that.
You're either a general or friend. There can't be two.
You know the debt that how Rwanda and DRC did in the M23 and the other rebel group in DRC dating, right? How they run around and have to deal with all the explosions on the ground. But when it comes to negotiating in Doha in an air-conditioned room, it's a bunch of officials from Kigali and Kinshasa that fly there in suits.
Not the main guys, foreign ministers and presidents that attend.
When it comes to going to Washington and Doha, it's a bunch of guys from Parliament. But when it comes to going to when it comes to going to Goma, it's M23.
That is quite interesting because that meeting is also showing you who are the main stakeholders. Who are the main stakeholders in that business?
Well, Hamud and I, we saw who are the culprits.
No, who are the main stakeholders in that
it
business?
really shows you that.
Yeah, because if I'm willing to be at the center of that, you are benefiting and you have been there. But interesting.
Yeah, why would you just end there, David?
Like it really
no,
is.
we are looking at. We have been talking about conflict for a long time. Let us look at the future.
Yeah, we are congratulating the Zambians.
Yeah.
But look, the information, the misinformation part, because the most incendiary part of this whole election was the 24 hours votes count.
Yeah.
Yeah, which like Moses Band also pointed out here, started with misinformation.
Yeah,
and this is happening online. So then there's not a single country that that is not going to have issues with regards to to anything, let alone something as disputed as elections. But throwing information and the ease of dispersing that information or sharing that information, which is the internet and social media, every government, or more like every country, will now have to put all these things in mind, because and we talk about this during every election cycle, like beware of misinformation and disinformation and all that. But countering it is something that is going to be tricky.
Yeah, looking at the current politics, Internet of Things, or internet in general, and the use of social media has a role to play, not only in terms of politics, but even shaping our lives. That is why every politician, either those who are transforming, those who have been in the 20th century and we are in the 21st century, they must admit that you cannot run a successful campaign anymore without social media.
Okay.
You can also be destroyed by social media.
So there are pros and cons.
Yeah, there are pros and cons. But when I look at the politics of Zambia, Zambia is the only country in Southern Africa that has a very interesting history, especially looking at the politics of national or general elections. If you go to the history of Zambia and also look at how they dealt with the presidency, you realize that 80% of former presidents, you either jailed after you leave power. It's always like that. From the founding man himself, Kaunda was, under house arrest.
Yeah.
But that's only happening at the top.
And also Frederick Chiluba.
Everybody was in jail.
And then the guy between Lungu and Chiluba, who was that guy?
There is also Sata. It's Michael Sata also.
Yeah, Sata as well. Then they had an interim president.
Yeah.
The white guy at one stage.
And Zambia is the only country in Africa that violated the unwritten rules. It's not a bad thing. Post independence of Africa, and this is something that people don't speak up. There has been an unwritten rule to say Africa will never be led by somebody who is a white person. Those are unwritten rules. But due to that politics and also the aspect of interim, and then there was somebody who was assisting, looking at that context. But what I want to say is that what shaped the current, what happened last week in Zambia is the history of competition, and it's also history of opposition versus ruling. There is no party in Zambia that you can say this one is a ruling party. You are a ruling party this time, next time is somebody. And it's the only country also that exercises democratic rights to say, if you are not doing well with us, then we put another one. That's why if you read the books of history of Southern Africa liberation movement, it's only in Zambia they start breaking that cycle. You see it now in Botswana. Then you also start seeing it in Malawi and all these things. But in terms of democracy, they are very good. But there is also a common problem that we are all sharing in Southern Africa. When you speak about unemployment, HH came to power. To me, he did not solve all the main problems. Copper is still exported 70%, although it's semi-processed. He still did not do that. But maybe the reason he got that chance is how he positioned Zambia. if you look in the past 3 years, for example, Zambia had at some point they were at 100% debts to GDP ratio. They wanted to graduate to the next level, which is not a good level. We have 120.
I mean, Zambia. In 2020, Zambia became the first African country to default. On its debt.
And you start to see that
was under Lungu.
Yeah, and you
why I said it's under Lungu.
Yeah. And you also start seeing that the transformation that you want to bring, maybe people are still seeing to say, because for you to vote, there are two things that you look at. There's a devil you know, and the guy you want to make a try. Then they say, no, apart from what is happening, let's give him another chance because he's pro-transformation. Look at what he did to buying 26 stakes in Rubito refinery in Angola. You see that the man is trying, although he still have a lot of challenges. But one thing that he did not do well is uniting the Zambian people. Even that contestation is showing that in terms of cohesion, there is still those sides that have been there. You look at the issue of Edgar Lungu. And people politicize that. And you know, politicians can use anything, and it was a calculated. and I know you discussed it about it at some point, but it was a calculated move to say, let's paint this guy a picture, so that we can also get the votes. But you see that it worked at some point. But I think he's also a fighter, because fighting for presidency for I think 6 times, being defeated. You must have balls. You are a big man. just to say that. No, it's true. It's perseverance to say. There's somebody who say.
No man, don't get us fired.
No. You know, in the words of masculinity, there is something that is called testicular fortitude. It has been stated. Even the researcher put it down to say you have testicular fortitude. You are somebody who does not give up. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to say.
The thing here is now I can't use my example because
no, just to put it to that. But I just want to say he is a man who does not give up very easily. But also maybe to show that he's ready to fight. But the main question that we should ask is not about who is winning. The question is that what are you doing? What have you done? And what transformation are you bringing to the people? Because taking you because you are not good and I want to try Dwight does not really solve a problem. And it's not a political replacement. It's a political holding people accountable. That is exactly what they want. When you look at what the 46th ordinary session on head of state and government, that what happened, you start to see that African leaders, they are very tired of exporting. They just want to fight that magic pill. No, they are very tired of all of them.
But the magic pill, what they don't realize, the magic pill needs them to incentivize.
No, they are very tired of exporting raw materials. You start seeing it every speech, even the executive secretary, because Executive Secretary of SADC, you are an administrator. You are not really head of state.
Did Mahosi say something?
He said, guys, you've been talking about these things. Why are you not starting now? Because he is an administrator, but you also start realizing that sharing that vision, every president in Southern Africa is speaking about name and the numbers are not numbering. And just lastly, at this point, there was a summary that was given by this guy also. African representative of Economic Commission for Africa from UN, who gave a whole summary. It's a very nice speech. I think everybody should go and watch it, especially if you're interested in SADC issue. He gave a summary to say there have been progress. This is what happened in Zambia. This is what happened in Namibia. This is what's happened in South Africa. This is what needs to be done. Then the chief came in Nagangwa. He started speaking in Shona to say, you cannot develop countries with outsiders. Although respect their partners, you cannot develop that. That is still the question that defines elections now in Southern Africa. Even the Zambian part is still where we want to go, because that is what is facing us. You cannot solve unemployment by creating malls. That is already a lost game. You cannot solve unemployment by ordering with me. Ordering with me is a survival. You can't build an industry with ordering with me. It's a survivor, and people are making a lot of money out of it. Yeah, it's a survivor, but in terms of sustainability,
It's a survival mode.
yeah, it's a survival mode. And also opening malls, building hospital, yes, is good, but those are the basics.
So so by the approach we are having prioritizes consumerism.
Yeah.
Basically, yes. Which is also one of the things that what David is explaining also is that it's what Namibia suffers from today. What Namibia suffers from is that explainer I gave yesterday. Namibia went from which my basic business administration subject on high school taught me. Namibia, organically a country is supposed to go primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary, and then you get into services. Because these first three lay the foundation for you to basically not transform, what's the word? Your economy morphs into other sectors that then basically build up from the first three, which are foundational. Now, what is primary sector? It's agriculture and the mining. It's getting the things out of the ground, and it's fishing. It's getting the things out of the ground, out of the water, and primarily it's not processed. Then you probably wash it off, clean it a little bit so that it looks more presentable. It doesn't just have all the dirt and the grime on it, but it's still in its raw format. You didn't add any value. You just washed it off.
Yeah.
You just rinsed it off. You put it under the tap and you take it out. Now, where Namibia, which NDP6 wants to do, NDP6 wants to reach secondary level, and then tertiary level. So secondary level means from the tomato that we get from the farmer, let's then have a tomato paste manufacturing plant which can make tomato paste for the chefs and tomato sauce for the households, for the people that just want to quickly spurt some tomato sauce on their slap chips and situations at home, and who want to feel like a mini what's that guy's name? The chef that my brother used to watch. I could never understand what my younger brother did this. He would watch cooking channels,
yeah.
And the thing makes me hungry. But he's watching the whole
It's John Oliver.
Jamie Oliver, yes.
Yeah.
He would watch the whole Jamie Oliver show.
Yeah.
Jamie Oliver makes lovely food, but it's food that you don't make at home.
Oh, he'd written a whole book.
It's food that you don't make. So anyway, you get the recipes and the stuff, and you get to understand, okay, what's about to go down. The dimensions that we are obviously talking about specifically of what David cited now, which is happening at the SADC level. Now they're all waiting now for Hichilema, for the dust to settle here in Zambia. Then you will hear the congratulations.
I think it's on the there's one I think I was asking myself to say, these guys, do they have a colleagues WhatsApp group?
Yes, they do. They do. Actually, the contact numbers
just to say hi.
It's just all SADC heads of state.
Yeah,
and they technically call each other. You guys will see this.
It's something that I also ask myself to say. Even at the SADC level, we are on our own block,
yeah.
But at the continental level, maybe they also think guys that they don't really talk to, but you are colleagues at that level.
Yeah.
To say, no, let me call HH to say how are things going there, or let me call.
Was it successful, brah?
Samia Suluhu.
Yeah, don't worry, I will congratulate you formally.
How is it going? Don't worry, I've got my speech. Just want to know, is everything okay your side?
Look.
Any chest pains?
Look, that happens. I think it's safe to say that that actually happens. Do you remember the signal scandal coming out of the Pentagon?
Of last year, yes.
Yeah, that's basically the signal equivalent of a WhatsApp group.
No, but here's the thing. Those were ministers and high policy decision makers in the Trump government, who accidentally added a journalist onto. Now that I think about it, do you know that the journalist never said who added him on?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Look, I think SADC leaders are very diplomatic, high level of diplomacy. You know.
Look, you're right. They are the only ones that call each other honorable, Your Excellency, and you go to other parts of the world, it's just Mister.
Yeah, you know what interests me when I was looking at that summit. My eye was on the colonel, the guy from Madagascar. Do you know that? No, he was there, very calm. No, he's part of the meeting. We spoke about it. Yeah, he was part of the head of state, part of the meeting. Then the question that they should ask to say, you know what happened previously, somebody ran away with instrument of power. Sadek person ran away with instrument of power because of what conflict. But because you can't interfere with other countries, you welcome the guy who come.
So like a Tura boy.
Yeah, he's wearing a suit.
Are the lawyers there, but the Tura boy steps in.
Yeah.
Like a Tura boy, but for power. Just great.
Yeah. He came in, he was there. But that is also diplomacy to say, and one thing that you also need to know, is that position, especially in politics, matters. When you leave that office, you went with instrument of power, you were the chairperson of SADC, maybe you were just there for 2 months, then chaos happened, somebody lifted you, they don't even know where you are. People continue with business as usual.
and people now have to realize we have to work with a new guy.
Yeah, they just continue to say, no, in Madagascar, where are we continuing? There's no those things to say, no, we want the other guy. They just ask, where are we continuing?
Just like, you know what, where were we?
Where were we? And that is also very interesting to say. Sometimes, if you are not putting your house in order, people will help you, but they will not really come to your house. They'll just say, no, Helmut, are you still there? Yeah, but I think it was interesting for me to watch and also see to say, how do you integrate a new person, whatever the way you came in, but you are still, ahead of SADC.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like you can send them a formal congratulations, so nice, cool.
Yeah.
Well, the guy was part of the end of year. There was an end of year session that they have last year, and he was part of the Zoom call. Mnangagwa,
you can imagine the size of the elephant in that room.
Mnangagwa was staying here on the middle of the road with the overall remarks, but it was because Mnangagwa, was it Ramaphosa that had to give over to Mnangagwa last year?
No, Mnangagwa took over from that what have happened accidentally. Mnangagwa is the one who is giving to Ramaphosa. Yeah, he's giving to Ramaphosa.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because it was Mnangagwa and Suluhu Hassan that wanted to bring Kagame and Tshisekedi together. That was before the whole transition from Mnangagwa to Ramaphosa.
And you know what is very interesting about SADC? If you look at, I think we discussed about we discussed partially about it one day to say, if you are in Egypt and you are looking at SADC, you are also laughing at some point. To say, things that we do, yes, we are most peaceful region, but the way we also get things when it comes to power is also interesting. It's not that really peaceful, but it's understandable peace. You look at Zimbabwe, you look at Mozambique, you look at Madagascar, then you look at Tanzania. At some point, Meme Samia was the head of protocols. The organ of politics and security. But the security was not able to protect its internal affairs. But where the progress is, I think, is only the aspect of mind. To say you can't solve SADC problem with politics. Yes, with peace. But the real business is that if you read all the speeches, they are sounding very well. They just like the start. The start. Yeah, just like the start.
Look, my politics, my point of view on politics was painful, but it became somewhat even more painful when Dwight pointed me in a certain direction.
Yeah.
When you look at the things that we are implementing both as a country and as a continent, you think, man, the African Union came up with it. No, it didn't. It's coming from pre-colonial area. I just found out that the Great Green Wall dates back to 1950s.
We all save at USave. This week's specials are any 2-litre Pepsi, Miranda or Mountain Dew soft drink, just $30 Namibian, 100 grams Frisco Granules instant coffee at $28.99, 1 litre long life clover milk, only $22.99, pay just $20 for 8 or 100 cups Clover dairy snacks, 500 grams yummy polony at $26.99. USave, your low budget grocery store where good food costs less.
lipurane ngeno wapumbwa evatero ulikoni maondo tutoingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukara ya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamoili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile konderewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Welcome back. So, where was I? Home run, helm, Dwight, you know the drill. So, when you look at
D. H double D. Huh? Oh, hard disk drive. What did we say it was?
Hard disk drive.
But what did we say we should not call it? Okay, let's stop.
Don't go any further than...
Yeah. And before you continue, I'd like to say thank you to the viewers on especially our Facebook. There are healthy numbers there. Because on average,
we'll just check it later.
We get like 2,000 more, plus 2,000 and above views per home run session, and even for the other Eagle FM programs that we stream. Shout out to you, the viewers and the listeners, and the supporters and followers of Eagle FM. Thank you once again, guys. We really appreciate it. Obviously, it's something we tried and experimented with, and we brought it back in 2026. So yeah. Where were you, Helmut?
And we discovered that die ding geen werk. En we niet stop niet.
Ons gaan nie ophou nie. Ophou nie, stop nie.
Why are there a lot of knees in Afrikaans?
Because it speaks to the negative.
And the Afrikaans is a very interesting language, because if you are putting it together words by words, you realize that they are speaking backward.
In a way,
in most cases, yeah.
You can actually speak in three tenses,
yeah,
but the same sentence.
Yeah. Huh.
You can say ons gaan nie ophou nie, which is we will not stop, or you can say ons sal nie ophou nie. So you see, I just substituted gaan and sal, and then the last one is ons wil nie ophou nie. So you can be saying the same thing in three different sentences.
But there is just something that I cannot. I cannot put in my. I cannot imagine. That time when we were growing up. These kids that are coming from this side of the red line, they are always giving us problems, especially with their basic Afrikaans. It was like a very painful thing, ne? If you are it's not about project school. It's not about project school.
I heard about community school now.
It's not about project school, because somebody who understood Afrikaans at that time, coming to the northern part of Namibia, December you are playing. You are trending very careful so that you are not insulted in Afrikaans, because it was like you were shot with it. It was some of the most painful thing. But
then now a lot more people.
Now they are. I think they are teaching it in Ogwediva also.
I know Ogwediva is full of it.
It was just something that I think it's a colonial mindset, man. Just something that was very, very dangerous. Yeah.
For all you know, the insult was your Fontaine.
My friend.
And someone had no idea.
And you know what is also shocking?
Big fountain.
A big fountain. Hey.
What is also shocking is that when you start
growing
growing up,
my dirty mind just went haywire. But anyway,
when you start growing up, you realize that there are different types of Afrikaans. There is one for Exugwerk, the basic one. Then there are certain levels. There is an academic, there is a street Afrikaans. Yeah. They are different. There is one for survivor,
and then there's one that the future uses.
Then there is one for I'm sorry to say this, but the standard of the Afrikaans for Miss Namibia. Everybody was commenting about it. There are levels. Yeah. But it's just something that I want to bring about.
We had an African show here on Eagle FM, and then I remember Wanda and FRANS told me the next day, "What are you saying, Dwight?"
Yeah.
I was like, what do you guys expect?
No, look, they wanted you to go ekre. So that well, everyone understands.
Yeah.
Well, one thing, the first thing I learned about Afrikaans was in Arandes. There's nothing to reference there. Believe me, we're gonna get fired. Now, the second thing was Tour Afrikaans is very simple. It's like binaries, zeros and ones.
Yeah.
It's either
you respond or you don't.
Yeah, it's either you're responding or you're running because it's either ekverkoop or exaliostic. Ekverkoop means it's timed. It's the economy. Money is moving.
Yeah, money is moving.
Exaliostic means you are moving, not the money.
You still have to move, but guys, I think coming back to Zambia, maybe it's also just not to analyze and also to compare with Namibia, to say when Zambia voted for HH, what is that they really look at? Did they look at the emotion, the other part of the fight with Rungu, the political part, or they look at the man himself? And what are some of the expectation? Do we expect him to do more or to maintain the pace? Because if he continued doing more as he started, maybe he will become one of the well-functioning and better presidents.
Yeah.
Because it's rare to make bold moves, especially against selling your health data to the US, for example.
I mean, HH got it right, Ned, to where what's Zambia's currency? Kwacha.
Yeah.
The Kwacha is stronger than the Rand.
Yeah.
The Kwacha is stronger, and remember what was the default story that you mentioned about Lungu?
Yeah.
And what did we correlate also with the Afrobarometer dimension about, if the person has a job, they don't care about corruption. But if the person doesn't have a job, they believe the whole government is corrupt.
Yeah.
So the first thing that HH sorted out was the ability for the ordinary Zambian to buy. So it brings back to the consumerist markets that you guys reference, which is the major concern for the modern Zambian, which you'll find in modern Namibia also, South Africa. We all want to live in the urban settlements.
Yeah.
And we all want the money to spend. We all want the smartphones. We want to wear posh. We also want to drive the double cabs.
Yeah.
We have an opportunity.
But when you look at the economic indicators of Zambia, they are also giving you a different story. I wanted to find the numbers and also compare the general unemployment, the youth unemployment. It gives me something, numbers below 10.
There's the kwacha. One kwacha gets you 80 cents South African rand.
Yeah, I see. I think it's very strong. When you look at the economic indicators, you look at youth unemployment, you realize to say they are below 11 percentage. But when you look at the broader structure also, you realize to say 2025, 2026, 80% of the people are in the informal sector. Then you are asking yourself a question to say, what are these statistics based on? And also, these statistics really mean that it's a sustainable job or it's a survivor? And what is that they are sharing with Namibia? And also to look at the population of 20 million people and above. It's a very big population.
Yeah.
And also to look at the ranking, you realize to say a lower middle income country, there's still a lot of work need to be done. But looking at that population, they are ahead than Namibia. Maybe there's a lesson we need to also learn. But economic indicators will never lie to you. Where the country came from, where it's going, is it maintaining a certain zone, a certain pace, or is going down? And I think let's wait and see. Although there is always a saying to say we are growing, but we are growing very, very slowly. When are we going to put that gear? Because Zimbabwe has started diplomatically but firm.
Yeah.
To say pre-processing, processing to total ban.
Yeah.
South Africa has been doing it, although there's still a lot of things that need to be done. Namibia, we are talking about it. We have been speaking about it. But I think we still have a very good intention. But in terms of data, maybe we are starting this year. Because we don't want factories now. We want a directive to say, can we start with pre-processing? Can we go to before you go to Total Ben, can we invite our developmental partners to come at home? Because if we are not doing that, then we are still going to be in the politics of the 20th century. Yeah.
One thing that I've learned about elections from our own elections here, going back to the 1990 to independence, was the longer when someone is voted into office, the numbers are usually high. But the more you re-elect the person, you see the numbers dropping. That's why I looked. I just looked at that from Namibia's elections, and I looked at some African countries that that have people that have been in power, winning elections by a landslide for decades. I'm like, there's no way this is possible. No. And now, if you look at Hakainde Hichilema, for example, 2021. 2021 he wins with 59 point something. And now you have 7 million voters that registered to vote. About 80% of those turned out to vote. So out of those 7 million. Out of the 7 million, out of the 7 million, definitely 7 million. Out of the 7 million that registered to vote, 70 to 80% of them, turned out to vote, and he won by 59 point something million percent. Now fast forward to 2026, the nearly 9 million people registered to vote. And but the voter turnout was 57%. 57%, down from 70-80%. But the thing that you see here is that even though the voter turnout was low, his voter percentage increased from 57 to 60 something. So you can see that there seem, from the look of things, a lot of people that are cutting him some slack here. Not just from the fact that he came into office taking over a country that had just recently took over in 2021. In 2020, that country has just defaulted on its debt. The first country on the continent, not a very good record to have. Now he takes over a country like that, and takes over. This was in 2021. We just got out of COVID-19, so you can imagine like all countries, Zambia was just negatively impacted by the COVID-19 lockdowns. So that means there were economic issues that were just he had a lot of economic issues that he had to work out. Now fast forward to and now we're looking at 2021. Fast forward to 2022, Russia-Ukraine war, and now we're dealing with a block equals unblock. All these things, all these things are just striking blow after blow on all economies, which includes Zambia. So now, as a voter, I think it's important to look at all these things that are outside the control of whoever it is that you voted on in the executive office, because all these things are dealing blows on your country's economy. So if you don't know that these things are having a negative impact on your country's economy, you would think it's the president's fault.
No, you are correct.
Iran, Israel, US war, it's not Netumbo's fault.
I hear you.
Definitely not.
It's not.
No, you are correct.
But the negative impact of that economy, of the block equals unblock, it's impacting Namibia's economy. So fast forward to 2030, for example. If you don't, if you didn't know better about the economy, you'd think, okay, everything economic problem, it was his or her fault, and it wouldn't be fair.
But before
we go on, we can take a quick ad break.
Need some help with the groceries this month? Then USave has a competition that is just for you. Every Friday between 1 and 2 p.m., Eagle FM will be giving away a $500 USave voucher. To stand a chance of winning the $500 USave voucher, all you have to do is follow Eagle FM Namibia on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and be on the lookout for the weekly competition question. USave, where good food costs less.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Welcome back. We have 14 minutes left to the hour of 7. You're still listening to Home Run with Helmed, Dwight, and David here on your number one talk radio station, that is Eagle FM. So to wrap up on this whole election, or more like wrapping up my point, is that, this is why I believe civic education is it's the thing that pretty much every government should prioritize, because if people do not understand, if look, I believe there are a lot of people that understand national, regional, and global economies, the ups and downs, and how it impacts our respective national economies on the African continent. But I don't believe there are a lot of people enough. I believe there's still a lot of people that still need to know that there are external economic shocks that that will impact us, and it's not your Minister of Finance fault. It's not your fault. It's not your president's fault. You can have any political party representative in the in the state house or in the executive office, but these external economic shocks will just impact your country, and there's nothing much you can do. So, but as long as you don't have a lot of people that know about all these factors that all these all the things that impact a country's economy, you still have a lot of people that will blame everything on the president, and as a result, that fuels misinformation. Because all I'll just do is put up a post on social media that says, Namibia from 2025, 2026 all the way to 2030, Namibia did not perform well economically. Therefore, the president did not fulfill her promise of her promise, every economic promise that she made. Therefore, everything is her fault. Now, the only way I will not be able to say that with a straight face, at least, is if I know that there was a Strait of Hormuz economic negative impact that impacted us, which is not her fault. There was a Russia-Ukraine war. There was the increase in fuel prices. There was this type of conflict, or there was this type of economic issues. Go back to 2008 financial crisis, for example. If you did not understand how corruption, just a picture to call it that way. Corruption now in economic powerhouses like the US and, no pun intended, housing market would impact a country like Namibia. You'd blame everything on the on the president. But this is something now. This is a domino effect from a series of financial decisions, terrible financial decisions that were made by a bunch of investment bankers halfway across the planet.
No, I hear you. And I think the only aspect where I differ slightly is the aspect of is the aspect of is the aspect of external force. As much as we don't want to blame the captain of the ship, give it a practical example to say you are all in a ship or various ships in the sea.
But not on canoes, please.
Not on canoes. But there's a storm coming.
Now you're just being
no. In canoes also there's a storm coming. A storm coming. Majority of these ships they drown. Some they survived. But when you are in a very difficult situation, the captain of the ship have to make strategic decisions.
Yeah.
To say there's always this word coming out when there is trouble, women and children first. I mean, you get a life save later. You can swim on your own. Just to look at that aspect to say, regardless of whatever happened, the decision of a leader during difficult time is always understandable. To say it's a Russian-Ukraine war, why your country is moving at 1% economic growth, while others are 6% economic growth, they are all impacted. They are all low-income economy. But the decision of that to say, we can come to the point of saying, we had a very good president. He at one point made this decision, but the situation can also be able to be seen. But there are aspects where you can say, no, there are decisions that were made, but these decisions, they did not help us anyway. Even in crisis, leadership is actually defined during crisis. And we cannot entirely say you don't have control. How did you react to protect your economy during that aspect? We are all in the same sea. Other people reach the shore, but other people have drowned. But that is just one thing I wanted to say. Lastly, which I wanted to add on is this the behaviors of voters are unpredictable. Whether you have a civic education or you don't have a civic education, but participation is what matters. And events that happen even 24 hours before elections, the minds can change. Look at what happened to EFF. EFF was supposed to be the official opposition in terms of all the prediction of all the political analysts in South Africa. But MK came from Norway, then eat up all the voters.
and they took all the Zulu voters across the country.
That's why in analysis of election, there are always three kind of voters. There are voters that are saying, no matter come thunder, come fire, I'm going to vote for Helmut. There are voters that are saying, whether Helmut have done what, I'm going to vote for that. Then you have this one that are called flip-floppers. And they are the one that are defining elections. You have young people, you have young professionals, you have people that are voting not based on reality, but they are voting you based on what you are going to do. But those ones are very difficult. That's why campaigning, most of the campaigning strategists, they look at these voters to say, a young person is going to vote for the first time. How should I capture this person? And if you capture him now, there will be another problem that will come after this term. That you have to convince this person. The loyal voters are always going to be there. To say your powerhouse is Karas region. Your powerhouse is the O region. This one are going to be your loyal voters. Whether you put somebody, whoever you put there, they're going to vote for you. But the main one are this young generation. That's why the politics of Africa now is undeniable that these are the young people that are coming out. That's why the behavior of voters can change any time. And but one thing that you have indicated, and I like the way that you have put it that way, especially to look at the aspect of what can you do during difficult situation. Don't blame it on only one person. You can also blame it on myself to say, what did I do during that difficult situation? And look at the head of financial institution, and I like pointing to them. How did the Minister of Finance reacted? Did he or she advise the president well? How did the Minister of Trade reacted during these economic shocks? How did the governor of the bank reacted? Because blaming one person is really unfair, and I think should not be defining the Southern African politics.
I think we have a very naive point of view on politics. This whole idea that, you know what, if my political party was in charge, everything will go smooth like utopia. No, it won't.
Supposedly.
No utopia.
Look, there is not going to be any utopia, irrespective of whatever political party you're going to have in office. There will be challenges, and some of the things you can have any political party in office. The thing is, what you're going to have is some things that will be put forth, especially in terms of projects. Some of them will be implemented all the way through. Some of them will have will hit some snags, but it's about like you pointed out.
Yeah.
It's about navigating the challenge.
Yeah,
That's it.
indeed.
Yeah, because there's not going to be a time where everything is, everything is just going perfect with no internal or external challenges.
It's not humanly possible.
Like you have got to be naive beyond comprehension to think of it that way. But from my observation, that's the point of view that a lot of people have on politics.
I think
if if we were in charge, everything would be perfect.
I think it's an idea which is being sold also to people.
Yeah.
To say even in Singapore now, there is somebody who is going home, who is going to bed hungry today as we are speaking. In Singapore, in Dubai, in Saudi Arabia, there's somebody who is going home now without food. But these are some of the richest countries in the world, and it built to a point of saying there is no utopia does not exist, especially where things are flowing. Because when things are flowing, competition will always be there, and we can hate capitalism and all these things, but by nature of things, I think the capitalism ideas are with us to say there are winners and losers in any human competition.
There are winners or losers. We all start with a race of like 2 million of us, and we won. Which is why we're sitting here, having this conversation. Thank God Dwight is not here. Now, look, the thing is, I think we should start by understanding just the basics of, okay, we have to get out of the ideal world and start acknowledging that we live in a real world.
Just say wake up.
We just have to. You're right. We just have to wake up and come to the realizations that challenges are going to be there. Because the sooner we acknowledge that challenges are going to be there, and the more we acknowledge that, the more we are going to realize one thing, that we actually need each other more. Because this whole thing of living in the fantasy world of, if I, just put me in charge and nothing will go wrong. Dude, you have 5 baby mamas.
I am
You're
the absolute authority. I can change your world for you. And then you realize, that's what my pastor also said.
Just had to bring in pastor.
We are not going to engage him now, but when the time is right, we are going to enter that conversation.
Look guys, I've got one key story now about a pastor. I went to a funeral of a great aunt of mine. We sat there, and then we didn't realize there were 3 pastors in charge of her funeral proceedings. Then the pastor with the bluest suit shows up. Now you've got to know, if a pastor shows up with the most colorful of suits in the world that you have seen, it's going to be a long sermon they're going to deliver. Homeboy starts off his sentence in and it's in Afrikaans. He starts with, he says, "Ek gaan nie lang praat nie." Then we knew. The immediate thing is this: if you come from a place where or from for example, like from the south or like from Rehoboth, where there are people that love listening, they just love preaching to you, especially if you've gone to other churches. And then when a pastor starts a sentence like that, "Ek gaan nie lank wees, I will not be long," then oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
We sat there for 2 hours and 30 minutes.
I'm telling you.
Jeez. All right.
But I think I'll contribute when it's a Sunday.
There's that word. Wait, how do you say let's pray in Afrikaans?
Kom ons bid.
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah. Kom ons bid.
The first time I heard that, I was like, betting in church. What's going on here? Until tomorrow, same time, same place. From me.
See you, colleagues. Let's follow the oil and the gas summit.
I shall be invisible, colleagues. Don't worry.
It's coming.
But we will be here in spirit. A luta continua.
But the thing is,
luta continua. The oil is coming, so the looting can continue.
But see you around. Tomorrow is another conversation.
You see, that's why you and I will be beaten up at the summits because of Helmut.
I know.
Helmut will get us into trouble.
We are your representative.
Out there. All right. See you tomorrow.
Tune in to The Home Run with Helmut and Dwight on your number one talk radio station, Eagle FM, and be part of an in-depth discussion on events you didn't know you needed to hear until you do. From Namibia, Africa, and around the world. Tune in from Monday to Friday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. only on Eagle FM.
lipuranengeno wapumbwa evatero ulikoni maondudu toingida ashike kapeno nweku tite opoyoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshefa ili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshefa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendife nawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora 3 mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora 3 natu mbali o 3 o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Iya natu pandura ya kwetu mbono yetu pembako atpandura Kwenenk David Shombe na Helmut mna karaino programa yetu sio pesa moja paife tuko kunda ya muziro kuningina kuruka na kondume na kutu mbono iponje akara plaka negere fema na tu yakundirapo programa yetu ntumwe mbepo o programa ili meru kana tan ko luma za puto ndio paife wirio paife sigo koma konguroki ndwete sharba bengei programa ili mambepo ya orunji atpo pinga shinashani ni ngbanima unene iwi nai o mashongo ili mokatiketu ogotaka popio simbwarihe ndwete okatu kapsano nena mo programa yetu naza por radio nande
lipuranengeno wapumbwa evatero ulikoni maondudu toingida ashike kapeno nweku tite opoyoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshefa ili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshefa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendife nawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora 3 mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora 3 natu mbali o 3 o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Ya o ngasha tupo pingucha programa yetu aruhe ili mambepo o ili meru kana tan koluma atpapi o mashongo atpapi inima iwi nai atpapi ona tango komiga misiru akaro pakatiramo o misiru akaro detu tiramo politika tiramo udano tiramo shinashano no ngereka na tango kakele kutene katu nongeleka kucho ini una tukwa atu imono mapuro nenga atu mone interview dao nena atu byashike shiripo kucha shitapumbwa okupuru yere so nda bili no hera kucha Eagle FM okuno landu ewire nande pena matacha no atukopinga kuyo aye si atukopinga kontunande nande no programa ino ngotandi nawa o okuze siku Eagle FM ya mbepo eskwetiali programa no tuna paife atu na kuchontuma ili mbepo ya o omunini monje tupini monje nenji oirongo moshinji nene komisi wakaro okunene taldengo ombuda okunene twatara kunene tata paganju maulu igetu tutaka kuchoshike tuna kwe tipo shashini monje avundakana nonena konguroki atukatakana na Dr. Ndipulaye ete tupemo kocha atubishike atukapubishina shano miti munyo miti limwe ihwa no mwidi ni meno inji ya semana kona tukagumani naho tadi mbuke simbo japita omiti dimwe no do kwali dino mafuaga panga antuma kakatu no miti mo Afrika mo zali adipanga ni muna no njuka maumbo ondete kucha o wapura kena oigere fema pato gere fema aipura kena no ponje shirongo kucha nuliko Peru kucha nuliko Indonesia kucha uliko Alaska deto nikito imoko www.eaglefm.com.na nena toka wetu mona o ondete tashende na programa yetu ilimombepo ya manga na tuyane ko popo yetu shonena na samaneta tendi playe o atutara manga ko maudano kuna maudano tagea ndeshi popeta mengucha nako nayo opata yo i popo yetu mo programa detu kuna tukatarani na koshima shiringao pena open fire teki kwatana blelo ai kondi yetu kuchandika kwatatana nayo tuvenga no mbako umba kosho ta patulo lungsa dao oyenjindisi apatulo lungsa blelo ne tachai kweto gendanoa open fire takakala monai ewa atukapula kena kuchota tingine ini nyenga ati ulimo programa tatu isana kucha ontuma ili meudu konte kula kuluma kashibu teshana ngolo dantenya asia shama kutoa hono ke okoshinyanga neho kerugo ntekulwa ntindi yaneka ya mpingana ya shimbo ya shosha atuka atupela kena kucha antuka ucho o generation na yoe koni mawe tabulika mulimo muri pamwe unambia oshona muri pamwe ndena nyomule kenezi mojeni o palipo kondangwa skulimwe ama ta konjele pomba ili momba ta konjo ndeta umweta dengwa polisi ya antumbe ya kutale hapo we dengwa amwa inaike ya inangwa adenge nkpo yo kaishi ndela konjele ke kwima ya konjele ke mission ya konjele pini mission oshoshilingao
lipuranengeno wapumbwa evatero ulikoni maondo tutoingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa nuneudo otukwetera o speciala ngetashake ngeshe fa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora itatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
The views and opinions expressed by our guests and callers are not those of Eagle FM and any of its
Eagle
staff.
FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Onga inde kucha tukasakana na Bulelo nokoni maitimba tukapusa na open fire iturombe Bulelo ma tokora ponao.
Aba tokora ponao that's popo Eagle FM mamo.
Itatokora ponao. Ngwetu tu itakuchota mukakara pono rugo itanga sakana na open fire. Oshashiritu nenge pamanta akuta komakote.
Aisha tu pingino tamo na naro o invitation nangani kupromota o MCC salota da kia takamanya.
Yeah.
Tada kia takamanya. Ya kana shana uswani nakusha mbetini kendi toto alea after tomorrow.
Yeah.
O muno press conference. And press conference more than to cover ABC. So the fight is on. So I'm very much delighted, very much thinking that Pandora Shashi or open fire or what I get in guy and a former or a meta tapopina and now who's a photo with a
yeah.
Yeah, it's a Koranga tapopilokma nota Tatugunga. Yeah, so not make a shayeta Pushai. Kama nyata approaching manga kemedi jade to wamo kuchara wadaru dunga. So the fight is on. So taroka announce officially in the yeah, for no mapugaga zumeno ngongo. Kata eguja open fire tapo pote shivurunga.
Yeah.
Ilo pamo kwa bimbuga nari shingere mekamuti. Yeah, pamo ino kwa li pamwe inge shuga na wa. O tatekiri atakama nyokwato kora kucha MCC salota. Kaya announce already mekine. I know I'm very much proud to be part of the event. What did the call thing in Kanuguri in Kakayu Goroko or Genchi? I should put it one now. I want to know some more Mexican making.
Madingorokari Gangapi wati? Madingorokari Gangapi?
Madingoroko Taganosa Nino Metine.
Yeah, opena na tango ya matanka taka boxa na tango moshima shono.
Kucha eskundo no urgo da stava na usani na official letine.
Yeah.
Kuchike urgo dendo nene da taka tegero ndene etno. Naka macho nangu no takulia ne mato kashwala iro wale nguno. Na herise.
Nedi na kulishi. Nasikumba ulise no kuli.
Andi monike tu sena na herise mo indisa. Dan wala tringan na heris time ni kanding pa ni kaya hindi siya no open fire. Kuchike ono korodi.
Yeah. Nguatara o aptara kucha molo ndanga pitoke mwita pemi nenge denge. O so atara tanka mona mera otoke monito ponga moro nda ongapi.
Ya kucho ofaita njino i personal andisha.
Yeah.
Ya ofaita shi personal andina ne. Ichanga yamba kandi simpo kile ndiko kile ya.
Ongo de yafairi kokole na ngweshira.
Ndiko vyanditi.
Yeah.
Ya uchanga kandi simpo kile ba.
Nde lango naponga lunguza wani.
Kono mai huvonga. Mai huvonga la ogosh.
Yeah.
Woshwana. Ya ontara anhaga tatu chai breno habere have mistake kutisa. Irenine mupizine metine sharana uswa. Sharana uswa mutare garu gindukita itarihikitsa.
Yeah.
Ya ondana ndicho kama chonango no tusema kuherisa imwe. Tusema kuherisa imwe ni kisemu herisa imwe kunshi. De ondara yakatari kusha moshipa mundimo formo undiri paise aushindi au wele shinare uchapa fene kulonda pandora hashenda handa undi behangano ndinependino forever living and the product is original mati makango hata no shishi ya ngo hata nje taifiko atamba isangena itozimbura nje
waningo nene ngo waninga mshona
tate umondali moshipi paise ndo tami ya rukai ndara umonenje mo moshike metine mo venduka
yeah.
Ya akutoroka ndino ndani chove shugirira press conference onetine nge shino person na idashore kwa open fire kandi kwa tukaningano face of abo press conference kashini mambe hapo pia ndapanda tazikia tasata hapo rogozi ndara mukatale ne orogozi ngokuzike tezingo ko tango
yeah
kuchikeka pena kumweta puka ticket na kamachona opena kumwe niko kunokwa orogozi nduka umokuno ku hatevi ndandiki ndashike Ile ni mukatale.
Yeah.
Ile ni mukatale.
Hai, utapura kina shitopopi?
Ya, okucha. Ogundana no mumbwana wanje no kucha. Ka ndihiko ko venduka ngape fendi. Kandi ngura. Kagira momo ndele cha mutu nongone kana.
Ndinshirira.
The best and the expert lawyer we have in Africa. Patokora kuza kile mavish. Tubonto tazareke bulera. Kena hopo ashuka no kulingwa metino bataka po press conference. I'm well protected. Nobody can even touch me at the press conference.
Yeah. Ewa. O jembera wahi angane yako ni amwe wine kera ne ferende doe na ambaye kuspanisha shito ndwete
ando pena ngono kesinja kandi shika mashema kucha no pena ndita buku karakon.
Yeah.
Bashike Hotel Destiny kamutio katomeno. The best meat supply in Africa. That is a meat supply. Na kare ya sikakuda no na kameke na kuchike metile ano kwa announce kuchita furo ita ndangini opena no guest house anje nene ya kwa wambahe guest house patoko la kuja o training kimba hanje ashika hingire mo wambahe kale handi training mo wambahe guest house anje no limoni pa onda mo ngiri po tinandangwa.
Yeah.
Popena ne the best welders mbaha sikire ngoma shindo mo shakati mbili mo kanjegeti. Yatokola on board o metal zone welding. Yatokola okuinvestinga mo go zinduno because go zinduno runene ndandi ngire tu ahori mo dama show box. It's obvious onokutura mu betting wali naro onokuhamutura mu betting twashubika ogokala urugozi rwa hunya rusikumbolo. Unangu tokandetsa ndikukwatira modate kateguru. Ndelenga ndikusimaneka. Ndengo ndetse muka betting awatura mandeze picture dure otadengwa kitsa. Waninga nalepuko. Orugozi andiro pandenduramo mushombo orugozi nduka. Itaruze makitsa. Itandiki kucha anwa pamwe. Itandiki pezi ndashiki orugozi no kweteranje. Orungo kuvema bumwetara ngazi ndashiki. Ngenge open fire ina atreninga aituramu. Ashivuriga itakarara ke gomba.
Utakarara pen.
Ovite kona nanda kupopia inimano shishina ashivuriga open fire no moringa. Itazimo ete kutokwali moringa. Na ndishivuriga shugia kuja ashivuriga open fire moringa nombo kwa ambulance.
Yeah.
Ngina raka tutura Janta ndiko bi. Ukweta mpoza bro tadenga kuninde inandaka kupapia mahoko ngane imagweta zisha makwiriri.
Yeah.
Zona ningire kwesimbo mokikiri wikantombege ni pangero ndishi. Open fire ngenge itapopi no tima hoya ona shirongo no helisa yemo ni batayin coach akari yekai popino linga. Ondara ahne ya tare kucha ano bro statingo ngi mitararoka horongi kashiki. Achapo kwa nando mapango. Lumino kama ngandiro ngisike forever living product omati maka ne aluvel gel. Ireroroka. Ushinga bifondipeni. Ndine motringa gotere moto kongwedira. Ya ndiri mojimanare kuchike andi ndira hole mauzana ya kareri updated ku metine kucha openo rugodo runene ndokalo ripesunara arukatirisana mu venduka ano tarana usoko MTC salute boxing promotion by tatekiria takamanya.
Yeah. Ngika icha huno taiti pamwe natanga pamoto njana kungironga shuri ganjangao taiti ngini.
Ichanja huno mbine kusha. Natane ngene kukaya ngeri marao. Meshu vitenali. Orode nwa rumu December ndata gamita ngere imarwa yao. Akata rogoti live. Okujike metine kehegumwe metine. Na akale ripe social media no tera dia na TV.
Yeah.
Opoyi monne kucha oruko mo metinga pili metoka daino na pen. Nga ashivulika no kulikuza metinga itika kusapongo byanje ngondo mudengereje. Ahopia kande ndimo kemba. Ndakaro no kandiri mo wambahe guest house. Raso preparation atane kwa narende tinga o Mr. Ndali Nkavu our manager for forever living business yatamekana preparation.
Yes,
akushaike anina akaza pane zitapo je mahokororo ngashi kuzaporo watatu ninjane bulero kwa denga buno mpipa denga na talike mu manyara kuchokota rongisa mu manyara kwa toa mushike mu hamunando utenda naye atale open fire kuja otani ndenge de otaka denga kuchamo inganga yakati open fire kwa denga na shitembele ate anote itazipu je tatumbwa ezo ndondi zina ndara nohone journalist amwendi hantale jima ondara mwe mutala ndufena ni mwe mbele akwashwana kucha na atameke no kuro kurongisa the forever living product the product is natural the 97% zine ngondo na kwa ndo product just South Africa US na South Africa yidongisa wamana ngo chivya hali joka ndizi ngapi ucha number 1 just 6 now I'm going to fight for 85 kilograms.
Okay.
Radio addition adike ko press conference ametine upotika nje uerere buli wanje
ewa aye natukupandura tekuluku ashono wetu pe
ana kada nimupandura igelefe
tangu nene
tangi
ndekulombwe kucha bulelo enengo nayo kunelungusa o utapo pikucha takazaka na open fire anwa ashibika mo moringa muyatakatumba mwashika anwa tatunuka purano akucha bulelo kwa tengeleshiko kana kando shota pinga paka tu kwa na open fire na ya chekosha ngetashia pe lungu samono pete utashika rashidi nawa opwetu pemo kucha tati ngini koluko dirwa na bulelo ondete kucha inu nyenga kala pura kena kwegere fema ndete kucha noko Facebook oko tuli tolungane kuyamo ndeto totikosha akay na talimanga nsema open fire kucha tati ngini.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura menace.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Lipuranengelo wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maundu tuto ingida ashike kapeno nweko dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doili nawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshe fa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamoili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu watatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye. Lipuranengelo wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maundu tuto ingida ashike kapeno nweko dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doili nawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshe fa omarudi dayo loka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamoili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu watatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
The views and opinions expressed by our guests and callers.
Ewana tio komeko no programa etu pa itateranga ni open fire tupe o yere kucha yo kuriwa peni shina shano box ndo kata kana na bulero kakere petungiko teke tugarukiranga na koni maithimbo o atuka patasana na tatikuru ndibura yo tupo pia na unene ko programa etu usipopa shono ne chipopeta menkucha atuka pia shina shano miti okuna omiti dimwedakara tadipanga tatikuru no mekuru mbali konale tadipangi na mwenyo no dira ona tango na keke shimwe o odatu kapopya ihwa ikeshiri mokutingao keke shimwe shina ira kano chasho keke shimwe kano ngononi omiti kushoshene dokupanga o atuka popya na kutu baino nseo iturombwele omicho dhinji ngane tunanga sho ombo mhongo ibe na mwanje ashike no migongo no misati no mi pungurura omicho dhinji ndio teteke tupane na uire kucha omiti dono dapumbirwa oshike omuru ashike dapumbwa ushatu kapya na programa yetu minyenga kala radio ko ndwete tukakuza moshinji ngashati kucha o programa yetu unene alitera kinima yafanika onkuru yonale ya ngika nane mutu edenga kusike peni inatukatu kanito misura kawo de tono te dikanisa nale tunadi mwetu diganja po di mwetu di landi sapo di mwetu diganja po sha di mwetu di kuswa na tango oshona tukapya na kucha tutare kucha ini mwetu pa misura karo ili peni inakusha na tango shona nibe puji nakusha na tango opotuka etwa tatula o misura karo de tupevi o ngwatara ale rwaehe nenge antwa eko yatamekera shikepevi komisiro karo wi ke kotarera lera ko yatamekera o kucha no minister nengo president nengo professor nengo doctor nengo longi skola o general amiro nga mayoro coronel ay ko yatamekera shike pamisiro karo wi ko yatamekera ya no ndiete kucha o shoshiringa o kwatuka popyana na kombingayo.
The views and opinions expressed by our guests and callers are not those of Eagle FM and any of its
Eagle
staff.
FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Wanga ndi kucha tukatsakaina na tatikuru Mugabe ngane teketupa ulodina jimu hii thalma tatikuru matakura bona
tatakura bona
yaro
matakura bona ndishe
tatakura bona na tukupandro show tuwaini mino por hamaitu nena natutale komiti mo katike tomono miti ihwa imwili moyasimana kwikwa no nandike keshimwe ndwete ira kano poshikale ko komba davi oshino shironga shakwatira mo no mwidi ni meno injinji natutale ethimbo o nenge a wambota putuka tatekulu ndetu kuchuno nongonga no nandi hangwe ulipombada o ngokano no kana mibia ndetu kutoke tupanga ne shoshi shorunji amwaka bya kuchaye okoshimono peni pote tashikombingawe ngwenteke tombingawe ngwetsatu kadindane kucha ohona ninkwetu pe otapo pishiri monjira pano kwafanga ili konima tulombo utaya kucha omitidini na pamwe na tutamekele ponsati oenjo tapo pinga kucha onsachi wasimana koshikano tatekulu
onkuru onaro wati omsi atire omsati ya onsati ovene gotasha pengurunge dida Afrika wafimana kuchokanu irokina mwenye ovene tutiyangana ndokuli kuna nando shimera shia shobatirira ipunda talitontoka iki iro unipute ya otodukufa mafonsati iro mihuba tonsati ndetofurukifande tono oshimera iturukustopa mendere bashingi imere nyaeterero honde natango no kongope ngote kongope pata ipanu ko honde natango songa torongi natango onsati papa ngurunge da Afrika ganu takura omayo deina haron watinde oharongifa mafonsati tatafino omeanya iron kubaven yete ajata etafireshi tajata opadi payo uwe hamewinya opuita watono compacteri onsati natango tashia panu ngeta ta shaeke pika ngwai anu mweve no marusha okushaeka haro ngifana tango onsati nenge omoro
omanga mbiriki tole mono manga okushaeka yamweka vite kucho to pishiketa tekuru ngabe
ngota upo pio kushaeka ota bamota cho kuvindika to turapongi ni maepo imande to ishaeke perangi ni mia po iningwa umodru ukanyaterako to iko ponde to kanyatereko umweshego yana ndopo ponga to saikunye tika ukunywa wakauruma ungao ngera hapa iruti anja nduva ke pahitoke hapa upunta ndu ya pwandu efai ndaru kina ndo mungu ya mungu hitoke hapo to angamwena ana oshego ya pini bairi ngawa kali kwa sunye sashini ma ya vinti kwa iro ya shaeko
o monsati na mafamu amuzo shini natango no nonhi
monsati wa mutini mia no kulio monga mutino no pisho monga uti natango nante oteipe nante toipe pembira itutumbo gawe na kufyadetu otoke vaamba oteine foronsati na fanga no avo paife ngone ontaige po itutumbo nde otaipo yenga enya donga kashiwaka
natango
otohole defongalo stati ukayambe
natango nandikandi kushune koni manatango manga ulipono otwadhane ontaye nokupakwa ndeina pakwa irambo jadi kajafurwa nale ombira yapurwa nale natango pono apuni ngwangini tate kulu pafa hapo ganjwa natango pena moshirambo mono tula moshike
okuva oshikwasho stati nde toshumbiremo saiti ngao eramboro eramba oeriyamba mishashi omarambo unene kaishike kucha pamwe mbira nando fima omea to uhupupo unokufiawe uyamba nando shikwa
ngewa komea nengo ngini ngewa do mea nenge
nando hango mewa inga to hupo ndungu nde ino imana ino iyaula umbire mo shikwa opo uyambe ndungu oyonga
nandandika kalukongura ndinoka ndathika mo shikwa shiralemo
to shikufa munga ande munga to tikire kwali ngino mana to shifie mungo saiti ngao ayamba o eramboro nga tashipaye ngurungeti do shiwambo ta uti kutya nge ofie erambo inoliyamba ashe paso shona tango asheta okupika shosho wetanu bapika itanana ngashi natango to diki nante umbo to diki umbo monkanga unyawe umbo nofye konkanga wa hamanga onde tulamoshanga oshukona ingino tulamonatango ovete aufufile kono mamwikenya toetena ndo ntofufile onkanga wa umbo unoku oma o emwiti jimoji kombo poto jaraka ya inataka mwiti sa win monga ho kasi durukweta oshitana na to tikekera sisi
pafa hapo ningwa onsate ningwa no ngambo na tango
ngambo no huwa onsati ngana tango ngana ndo akari sho ngo beto akani muna goaro kuishaye ka hapo kita iko kule iro ikare ataneno otofa onhuwa onsati iro moro ndashingwa wego onhuwa onsati iro moro ta oboto ningi oboto di otongi otoimoshunda ngomona makondo nde toongere na toha wafa toharaka ngai toongere dororo makondo toongere obonhuwa ototene kombata dororo makondo oboto kufanguti onumbana nduti omoro totiroro todoro ove oboto diki wafa diko shunda ngai to ninguti kama uvari utatu na ndokulinga ngeka upondo unana ndorusha to diki ko yenga he oboto ningino kuli oboto druno kutirandura iro tanka kongane taitengo bodo nando data dishu kai ta dina na ko kuleka
ashifrikan dete oikulish
Soso tengo tashi apio pini maonga shimuna otanga popeno moro openo nsati opena erumekunde ndeni bitoka dikalenga ata dikunduruka popena natango muidi wo shoke oluna maiti ini maisho yonga otanga yaturwa poponga pini mairinga ponga ushayeki munawe ile umboro
akupopio oshikunisha no shopo poshinyanga nasho ahibulika shikalisho msati
shopo shinyanga shifa no shipo nono shikala sho sati na monale ni twanga pene ko sati wa uke twanga pene sati openo mpanda openo mbo
ewa ndete ko sati twaziko na tuepo mbo ombo ena ilongo shike
ombona ndonu tafindilile umbo ngopena utafindile ne umbo haro ngifombo upo itaraleke umbo likaela tyambo utapatura tango shikunisho mbo na ndengo betadi ko hambo apa turanga oshitisho mbo pediko opo shika ilo unango shiviro turapongo mbo turaponga na ndolfiru turapo mpungurula upongano itapiana shashiki karunga kanango bemwene shashita eshitomi totadi tumburanale irongatu
taichombo nawo agukerere o egumbo polika lino mbiri nenge japola
polika lino mbiri rapola omityo diapo
ompungurula lengo wapo pipo nti umena tango mpungurula auningishike
ompungurula ilo pamati ngano mputi michaji yoto atiro ngifatonga wana ndopena ngoshibira konga digata dipungu avenya wakuendera kenga mbo venya wapotave omitame pade twapo no ponga ado twaponga na ndodiri hamano wanga omitea uli omipungurula omifiru ini maisho twanga turwa ponga ne mandaka ne twanga ngada hore kwa diri oponga ito shimono noga tashini maini ngwa mehora
hano mbono aendele ko kambo wano aenda shikusiku ontenyi aende
no kweli ada nenjo ngonte te kuanga ngapo ndete kukanjama so wote nando to imo mihoko de tuda da Afrika ngwanga nuta denge nando ngandeka ile tadana wamati ngashangu bya chongangula ini maonga ino ningiro wina
ya moya chombimbi
no ningiro wina ndeto imano to tamegeto dana ka sasho to duruku pito ko bako nge kuku nengo no tash to pito nde wadane no kujongura ne vyotali ningende vyotali piti to dana iki so ngana taona ndo hanga asamane tari emberera ponga ho asameno bahungu ngowara ngoshende na karanga unapoka foko ko sati we katonye na pa iro shitisho lavi ukatinga kashone kahorera na ndo monja to beto ipongoni shasho adu kukupita mendere to bamona henga wa ile petitiro mberero to lege ndo mati tiavari ata to lege nde to fire Yoto hamoneke to nina nde timu ina tining. Tae kupiti, hapiti anudio.
Akupapo akucha unilenga shinando omigongi ya kurupe ya waliko nale. Mo mitumba do nando mpangu nga ya
Mo
liko.
mitumba nando domale
Anu ange to kutumba anua inoga maku ningi inoga maku zero. Omulashike?
Ema uziri no ukirira lela, upungama. Shasheme pweshi data dinu kako. Nando pena nutakangu wakaranga
Uliohanda?
Ulingapo ngulo.
Uliohanda?
Shashi emepoida dika jako mesha makarwa. Atala ya kupitore.
Onlavi akunishike?
Onlavi aukereri ni mi apona maruva di no kuhakura ngaho. Aturo anwabe urongifanga na baha kwata. Ni pute no mikota ni nima ya oroka. Auro ngami ni mi apuni nima ngayo mitamepo.
Yeah.
Auro ngifu.
Na tutare na tango micho atumbula po micho dinji. Ando
miradio mi parari ni maisho ngaho.
Parara unishike.
Parara rushe. Otanga anga shano veno rushana ntoro kukomba. Avyo urongifu.
Na tutare na tango pamwe na tutare na tango ngashi omiye no migongo no mwandi doka dinamo shandi shimeshito.
Inatu yeniko kule monale mangome kuru eshuete meguri nakara vera nakari ingabala iru ngundi bakara arongi sone no mitinga shodomi odomi vodonga na ndonno atuanga no mwere kunkwa uru ade paulwa taronganga omze no mpala la no mafomu andinde tafuru kifana na ndonno tatumbwa ndonno tatumbwa naona yeah me aotanu upahe ngumuneno mangwiri onga
otuna omihongo no minkama daliko kad moye moshirongo sho tadende tadikanamo onhongo wena ulo moshike
onhongo onhongo nande meponga ngotashi yape mepo ngotashi yapo ritual yetu ya Afrika onhongo aulongifa afai la vina tango aulongifa pini metu ritual nandina ndio kwa mule
yeah
oyini mahairongifa ngotashi yapini maetu yokutata ape mepopo nga onhongo kalanga unokati ko yeko onhongo ka hwamegenga
yeah
dokidingo vivanga ko konga ho no rumosho obete ifanango mandengo kuziro tumblango nembulunga yangweza no neare yampingana
taichuna to ningini mayachanga unokala tutumbura yaeni nenge atekuru nenge otatekuru mbuno ya nali
kurwa nale
ongenda za mezimo jono nenge na dina nizo mezimo unandi kutumbura otatekuru yaliko nale
otaifananga uneneve bajama medimo muaja kwa akwa Mungu weta venderere veve kupopira
ano akwa Mungu nga engeri ano nenge pene yonoko
ini mae topo kwa bajago nga otati anu engeri akwa mo veshiro ngapo no nkaro wakuti omwe engeri veshetapo no nkaro umwe wirire upotuka epikoroleke kini maabo satudimbo akwa Mungu vetu
yeah
akwa Mungu vetu nkwana ngobe no nkwanyo kara nangaye naro nonga hito chae ikana nda kwa Mungu wewe ngirire wanga okajabanga bonga no
yeah
shikongo shakaru bonga wa kwa Mungu wewe
ngalino kuli ile wanga kanjabanga utupojo kwa pakwa ombira ile ke pembo pushinda shembo yanje
obwani no kutamba
ewa natueko mejo natango opena o ngeoto ya kimeno natango openo shiteatemo ashiningishike
oshiteatemo shinirongi hapo ngota shiana ndopoko akuli na mwenyo vene taicho ashidipa takumi ati parasite natako shiteatemo shotosho ngota shiana tango pini mayo kushaeka natango ponga shikala nasho
yeah
China orudire lo mitamepo. Chonata onandona upya kadinga shinga twanga nando kashinde pe tuna mwali ke nando kala takavere mepundo kwa kufwa kushipangiro. Takufanga nando kate atemoka iro karupuru punde tekafuru kifande ta hupiro kana. Kaveshishi.
Yeah.
Shosho weto tunai kuno na wati kupunda hukumana. Tutipa mokatana kajapo diwa paipe nenata. Taisega unihai komea. No nitio ya nafio.
Yeah.
Kapena siku mwikale na waka. Shashi ikunguruki itia nafio ehudi inimesho airongere kum.
Yone aimeta uno karatomete kuchithike pensha shenjinge wapo pingaone notaka kuta ikompa mbahike nenge kopiari ke jo tombetanu osho shino ukarangao.
Ihembo pena gai nengo no popene gai nengo no lelu nene. O metenga to ereke.
Yeah.
Ngoma no kucho shemba yo shinengo no ome kurumo nale kaba ivene rabora kuti ano hadi ninga shikwa mashina ya turomboro apanga. Sai ikwa mashina nina shashani bebe nga technology ta ndo turomboro uchae opero kashina kamwe na ndo ni wote durukudinda. Ma okashina ko nga shitaka dindi otake tamwe radiation.
Yeah.
Toka mone ikiena tango nandoa nandefimbo do veke toparuka ko maruvati. Shashokene magnesium ati. O me kunaro aturamo nando makara ke kara dima kara te akoshana na wa taturamo iro taipo po shene niro shikaranga takufa po o madenyo mawe taturamo mbiamo tafu hadindi duno makaro hadindi kwa udio imo.
Yeah.
Bo iko nkalo wano kurongifa nge kushikumeta na wihemba.
O tachi i huangashwe ipopinga nengi imeno yono imuinene we ipopihono o ashibulika ngeta ipanga ontu no shinamwenyo ashibulika shipangwe ko.
Sego amono shi embata shipanga onu no shinamwenyo tashive no shinamwenyo ashipanga.
Yeah.
Sego amono shinamo shimeno ashiria ko shinamwenyo no shinamwenyo tashifi no nungo okweshiri otafi.
Hewa.
Shosho wote natango nando muijege oveneven. Anu apuna ndengeno nde toprege toti ongwena oveneven airongoshike. Kapeno weshishi. Anu apuka veshishi ova vepipiedi de peringa kujapo mirongo etatu gashona. Mana ndokana ike wete una kana nako ende ukiripo ngata karimbi wamepunda kufeka ongwena onde tunaona shiwe itonde tuitira mokambia ndeta ifuruka. Dome ato dindi nando nokala pinde toka hupi. Mongo ya mongeni yotoro mbe uchoka na wewe rada na uko. Sasa inimi apuno dai dini kwa udio tulieni gashi. Uno nota ufendero ikule kenu nignax. Ponero kwa nando mbo to topoka na toka ndiro uno ni inignax ani ureke. I kwa udio ishenya. Ishingo shi mashine nyi. Ushimasha ukeke mokana mongo to uchoka no kama niko su.
Ngika pena tango imeno ime.
Pero todo, seba mo si mais foi na komea. No kushima otoshima. Otodu kushima. Anya sana ko to kwa komea ka budite ko natango.
Yeah.
Taka mara chae tate kauruma na mugabo pia utanwa shai kwa tongwero to ikena komea. Ta fera ndo ko pia komea ndeta ipo pe divaro mea kwata na kwa komea okuyihupira. Okuyihupira wewe ko meme okwao no ko tate.
Yeah.
Shashi akunjeneke no mifipa dorutu. Opodisi turuke. Shashi otateva hapo shino guri kota nando pese ngao tateva hapo oma utoarukuruka.
Uri manjira.
Bamubarukuruka no kosuka, bamarukuruka ngano ko alcohol ke oveneven. Yeye haino komea oponga njene ko mifipa dae wo utaurukira.
Yeah.
Inimesho ya sima na. Na tukani gatweni komea. So natango iho kwata ko ni mai hapo. Nando nsate ke tokufere ko mafon sati de to atunde to ikomea. Oti njene ngamo lutu. Shosho wote nare o mekuru. To nando mateka, to foshi population sati tashinjene kwa. Tashimangero no. Iro shinamo yashateka tashimangero shinamo yoshonga.
Uri pamwe. Tulipa mko
population sati oshina nonga ongai natangwa ikatame katai tai molu tutai penetrate utai kuvatere so terando neno upiaka joma yona tawo ndeto feko mafon sati ndeto fuga ndo mafon me to kato ajat chega ajat na mongo sembo na utio itali vele basi
Natango peni hua imwenengo imeno imwe toburu kutulombwele inatuiposa pamano.
Tuni mi hapo
Ndo mandobo nga mandobo na
media menye omandobo ne zawambo tuchingo mandobo kuchao tunango mandobo anga shoma kundu nerume kundu.
Yeah.
Bongo mandobo ne netushi. Popena yenyana tango yenyame no shitipoka cha ifano sinsal. O unena japo East Africa onga. Mandobo esho mawao. Nando unako shina mwenye shoishi nongana ato ufendo kuno sinsala ato litunu na wana wato shikosa. Iro shinena. Nato ta difficult donga. Ashiko shino kuhana tashikuru kutane.
Yeah.
Nandendo bwele tuyo shiwamba. Omekuru nale shinakara hakufara ndo mibido mandobo ta furukisa ire foro ndobo ta ningi ohanigi yokunwa opa avatere iti anafyo ikale taikunguruka nawa. Itaikara afita. Ngashito se anu wamboro etaumba tau chae anu shichana fyo shanyo na uke. Nashinya na uka ndefimbo yumo shakaka iki.
Yeah.
Obesheke wanu oshino kufituruka. Ino tirururu oshima ndena opo uivatere shifituruka. Nandano altarumbu nae upunda shike kwamboro. Na kufege ni mama shenge ndo tafege ntoboro ngantage tafurufatan. Diva no tawo chonu wata megana ya kutalale. So nata otali kuvatere ngamoru tusashi ndobo. Oshimeno shimwe shina kwa Mungu ihapo.
Yeah. Haye.
Sasa nata wini mataende ne tai hurupo. Ndobo natango wala shape ngurunge di Afrika. Pi vero enjuo itwara ka penento boli dipo iro mumbo kitanga magambo ka penento boli dipo iro shinangera na mali twaga ka shipo.
Atali kere ske ndobo.
Iro shinangera na mali.
Atali kere ske.
Pali kere ne mepo.
Oho.
No na vya ta dawa mumbo opongi ita pia ne kwa. Weta uti ya uti shinangera na mali uti. Ida ita uti shinangera na mali uti ashinangere omwali. No ke mepo.
Oho.
Shusho nga ashituana tao ndeta shitumbi fo mwali ndeta shikoshi fo mwali. Mangi na pitira ponje shingata manoka nayo kutani ngani ni mayonga.
Yeah.
No mandobu ni maisho watashikia nando pini maipe ya Afrika. Ini mairongi fana ndo peno mapaha na ndo pena shikini mayonga ino kwa rongi.
Opena shukwashi mwete shidimbwako ondime. Ndime kulongoshike.
Ondime ka upango. Wato ondime ka upango binduka fare kwa. Ondime ovene ouna irongi hapuna ndo allergic ke ovene koshipa.
Yeah.
Kucho allergic ka koshipa, kucho allergic ka momanjaja. Tani kombona ndo kudurayo ngaho. Nde toshiyubo shina puike shina puike umbura taujiko meru umburo kukutuli meni momanjaja. Kufeko ndime naona ndo mafoto atu naona ande to uniforme ato yuharege moshunde fikuri na ipitako. Itoka tara ngomuna ndo mapuka inimesho tota megeta yeta yani. Mungu ato ipitifako.
Yeah.
Na ndo nunge na upyaka dioshipa. Ndeta rongi fon dime ndete utuna ana ndete ukwangu nande ndeta farangi hako ya pande te uvae tiva egeo tiko shifa. Ndimonga ota wa udimi pini mi apuna yopa mepone no kutimikira mama umbo inimesho. Chocho te a English asive ya unena ndo ishe shive ya tako tango mu Afrika babaka tango shike babaka tango nguti bona ne mburu ida Japan Netherlands pa ta negeta sasho toka atura ngadi mambo mashini.
Yeah.
Bota mano uti amange ni maya yote kwa mashini na pifike ni tare da tuningi ati smoke ita tuningi te bota ve ningote ve ningane kono senkeita. Jive ningano te oyo shitano iwanga inano kaminta taipitire kwa meuro kadimba. Mongula ngongole shakapenduka keshomo kwa fika ali ontungu. Kwa njuo kunanu wotave iru kupone ucho vet hat. O shepherd tree.
Okay.
Ngujonga. Wotaka hetekera ondime. Natango shimwashi kivalo hetekera umiti dondime. O oponela kama uchae ungaha gwari bush.
Ogwari bush ondime nendishi.
Ondime. na kama na kucha michedinga itadira ndradika wakata ningete ngaho ne mapunya shivya munga mapunya embunya ngajadi mene kon dimedio vedini ngana mapunya meno chashavanga nolo Afrika have dinenge kende taningi warende daba dimodonga dime na tana ndenga shinga ni ipena de te uni te uronge kidana ai tayo kidile po ini na tio vene apumbwa ihaponjo te utaende taihurupo omoro na tango mongare atuki hangeni doropa tadende tadifininike sashika penali engaba pokatiko ki kedu no pa umwene ne beloni no pa suru akara ini mi apota ene anbaga pelando mihongo na ndomungo diwa mo ne mihongo diapo dego dopa yapo mi keta viditete ota eta po mi dimediri omiti dovene otau difa ko epuko sava la ule takuti ntigwa fota utendeke kum mango me fara madirum omiti odomo diri oheudi watete iko midi ofita diko kule kwi ditadiana unepo kum sashi omiti dovene na tango padi kwa tafana nene pode tuda kwa Mungu taita kwa Mungu wena ndove iko kule me ponde za dia me podonti otadi dudi ku popi manu wa pisi na joka veshika iro akana ndeto forege na ndo shihwa shonga ndeto shumbire komesho ende to shitaunuka ngashanu nale na ndotaba ikiita wakufanye na ndo oshiti shompungura ndete shumbire komesho iro shonsati ndete shitaunuka
epuwa kena shitaningwa
tena shitaningwa ngaitate kurumwe tati tate wao kwa ruita hitira tati tato kwa kishika kwa ruita hitira ovari akufa eforo oshihwa shonsati nompudi tava umbukomesho veto itaunuka matari ngo ataunuka ino tara konima taunuka igetoi yota nata ngo agape magape ni kwa urudioro ngaho ili atako mbada majadishe de toi no tara konima
Aye, ndio kucha wetu pe moshinji. Ngoshe apa otwete otatekuru. Oyakara ni pundi ngaya karamo pinyanga. Ipunju nene oyakara akuthi ningi te pundi ilipipo mitidini.
Uneta ngapiki punjo pomaru pa peneke omsati. Ile penompanda. Ile penongete. Tashi ongete vene ngota shike ape mepo ongete onkuku opena omihoko dimwe ashiko le kucha mwadire me patara ngumbi mwadire patara mwira mwadire me patara kwa nyama no marupa shonga hati kwa ngao ngone ya mukushine ya kucha no abambaja iro kwa nyama iro apa ngumbi no baka haturapo iti shikucha eshinga hata shiduru nando pena go shiviro otashiduru kupopile umbo shaturonga mu kwa omonga so wote natango ngota mifo nono nando penta uti uno na umatiro ino karon tumba mo shifo nono so muni dire hapo
shafia shitawulwa na kutawulwa
ukuta unuko shifo nono karon tumba pu mifo nono ini maya kara indi kwa shato duru kari no monano kana ovenatago mifo no moveno magara antu apatrona ndemwata tatina diga tumbape
amuturashke
tadikonde ko kombinga
amuturashke
nando mwata opari haituru aponga mifo no omuna ini mi hapo yafike nale mondudayo ye hupa kamari antu monu kesheka iro kumbolo vene ke kumbolo ko hupa kai shike shonu ali hadiri hupa ka opena ga hadiri hupa opena ga haninge itapurula kai shinga sipai fenga kesho mota ninge shahara
Tulipamwa.
Choso wete omi ubado sa to ko datura ko hupa. O moro ko uri ko hupa. Wete ko. Na tango ngashi ayupewo shihode wa shishona monare o hangoro kanyangu o madire nyama toka arandura
Ngobe.
Yariri wa koka na koka mati na kahombora ile na kaninge
Opena
otashtu ya wakasa mena ya taguti gapa oshipe ya ururuton ya ururuton wala jona ururuton ni ono adipana ndonu oheriri fane opo mwenye wae ukare watokato itakari eno manye mekomwenye ilo tali hakulifapi nimeanga hapa kare paera pega pia ngatu yumbi aturiu oni narenge tago mfini meanga eforon sati ali karakari popini mai ustoni kopenu ustoni tauhaku
Otwete ya mwetari ngashi koha mbontari na mahuyu
ni maisho ene waeto mipya waeto niko shashi omadira ngaho oha kulifo niko
gamanshi one kwali
a ko ngaone nango akawadipago kaja moina ali aha kulifo monare omepoinya waikarike kulandura yarandure patare nsoso wete nando huwa wadi tauchaye esere ni huwa ira ure na mwetere voito ndo wata ikakulifo waika shiwa mama kwa mwi
Kemsa putu nanopo shakuti wakucho onjuhuya itorwa
Deta sira hui beme pone huwana tango do marujo dengaho iro amona take ane mumboro ene ira ula iri ngao iri mbiri ngoya modipa de tumbire ko mongo shashi dimadi tumwa je di mo atakuwa tati monitoring spirit dipa shima
ihuna
nande omiti natayo shitudina otunomiti shitudimo pese ngao tulenge maumbo tauti ga enombiri omoro ashike otunomiti atuditema katushishi
otuete ya kwetu
ndio munga hiyo mukwadina mondongo pena iko stopa shino mili amenyi no mili amenye nya kufoka na ngore ngeti omiti dimodongo to utema uno kutira nande ome ikunyo ikira ikomea nyeta muirongi fani chasege ndina muikiro mea ili na muyamba no shifashitara kefiko mulike mumbo tantangu na sashi omiti dino njene kefiko mulike mumbo tantangu na
onjene oshike tate kulo shasho peno njene imwe yoko
otabopiwa njene otabopiwa omepo kuitonda ya muka muno hokwe mukale muihori muri mumbo ngini ngishweke beri mumbo
ano njene pena imwe yokera kana tango
onjene yokera ka inya nuha hadawe nanande umburwa wafaula buranga utot sauriko hakuti okwaddabe no njenonga monale ne akunye kamene utokana wakaddabe no njene ave kateteko takufangi imbo jono mbande taeka humokanya oposhita kakakura kakarike kakirimo makanyova kashinga yokera kutoka iyo limo makanyova nuno iko njena ni topopio kucharonga no shima shiwo topopio kucharongo ani yake kutara kwa ike warongo shima shiwa ka topopio ini memwanyi kwa shiponga yonga
ano murashike akutua erambo
shafa ike natango emanyali nyali kala porupale ndetoka ko ntumba yaro kupiko makatana tokwa tokonjeni
ano murashike takutua erambo jo wishi alithi waja patruka ngeri ponjira
naro aleti ni mayo maso
unenenge ngashiripo ngeri ponjira owishi wa furo ulipo kanonjira
keshike erambo rushu chakali ponjira muno kufiwa maturo shikwa opo uli yami sasho aleta omaso yezo wete ngwata nawa ambara momi fitu apa peno mawishi penera apa peno mawishi ushota duruku hanga wa darera mombira.
Oh.
Au ne mombira wotauka kufa momadi enya limonwe.
Oi.
No malambo owishi ohaluni openini maimwe ihapu ili mihoreko ngotashikia pasha Afrika.
O Haruni aningishike.
O Haruni openani wa mweva yotando Haruni fana ndo Haruni. Sasa akuti kucha ae mendongerwa mondu dae ndongerwa mimi malonga iha mwiwa ina ndonga makambi ino kasuku. Iro katonga keri mokaesa. Kimbo imo muna ndo Haruni.
Mo malimba getu oshiwambo nenge omondu tandiada onsamane diriko shinya ko mpinga onsamane we.
Mo malimba getu oshiwambo. Nandoko katinge melimbala. Domina okandia kama yiri pe ino kaigete amo to sukura ini manu ka iro ko dudansa me no sukura ka. No nu hoko tiwa e no yoka o monga uri o monga. Nabo kuwete ko kuito umon.
Yeah.
Mango asukura ko mepo inyota yanga mobo.
Aye
tu. So wote nata ngo atara nao. Ngo pena na ndiviro ya kurate na nande hamba. Anunga baba fave vafavambuka. Utoanga akuruka java vakurunu obajara ukafa o Haruni no ngantanga.
Yeah.
Kashinga shipaife twanga ike no nyasha jao kaima kangantanga.
Opena ba abuluku uzara.
Opena ngava hachara. Wonatango soso wote o ngwatara na otohanga na topeno marufuko o haurongifu. Ya urongifu epanga kuti ae pamwe esho mfuko tavae kwa mati ngaenyo tavae kwa ikengahe. Opena ngini ni hapa. Na nduno naonga hata ujare kwa fimbo mtu anga hata ujare kana konga kapaka pia na DNA. Mtu anga hata uchika haye. Kana nakavae kuito maji na kaporo kuitare. Ukurupe umwene ngo kwa mwana kuti hapa baba pia na. Tafayo kambadu. Okay, makaru ni okoyo. Nde tekava ekendo kana tekava ekenda ono. Ndoka na tekava tekaporo ero mfuko te tani kitemporo lana ono. Soso wete o Haruni ongandanga oshimana shinyashi kalama marufuko. Ini mai kala kai popi ni maongo gopeando marufuko. No wajinga waengo pena natango uturwa mongame ngasimengi njade tundite do Afrika munini ni hapo itandike ipopi.
Tulipa mwerera leo.
Omuni hore kwi hapo.
Yeah.
Sozo takuti wadaroka ndo to utaka limbiri noke nakavae kwa madi. Ko ina nyena mona tauchikayo dikwayo kanano kaandero dikwa. Dikwa dimodina shidaturu. Kashinga shedi de tudopo matara dinga. Tomne ka naga cheko fingo ende. Ndoka ningana ndoka pofi.
Yeah. Otunana tango akuluka via mwetpada taina ndoko ambo ndondi kwa teithi ko venduka. Nenge taziko ko venduka taziko ambo ukako venduka nde teithi ke umbo ko ambo. Shapumbu wanga ontu nokano kashona ngukadu nokana koshone pakuputuka kwetu osharingini.
Monaro dikwanga dimbi wapo. Pakuti na imangerosha. Na imangero ngo katiko numba.
He.
Tayambwa. Tashimu ikarenga ya kuminina inaishiwa ike iringaho. Ilo toango dikwa tulikuwa viti taipina ndo stenya ile ikopo yale kwa ya shiningwa.
Natango otuna ikutu ya motapa kucha monale ikutu nge uye ile la ponje umuroshike
aiduru kulongi fa aiduru kwa nando kumbweni pamepa
yeah
ilo ndadi kunyande tatura kosha kashiwa ige no kuti aiduru kulongi fa ige na wana na shitatura ko
Aye, ndete kutoto kutire ko shinji. Ngika tuyepe huliro utotiko shikembela nengo o makuma idoko gashike tupe pongane tuyepe huyo tate kuru ngapi?
O makumaiba andisire siwana ngowote kuti chima tashikulimbirike pura opitoka ningo mapuku
yeah
ngashingana tawo twanga lwa nando mumbolo nuta utia oshima tango topo watoti ani tilango me ape du hani nganga shonumba sashwatera ukaningini mahayo washingoyeka shininga tokaninga nini mahayo
yeah
oyini matoninga unokupura tango
ai ndio tatikulo shawana ninamo programa yetu tukupandura shwe tupuyerire na tukatokilipona tukalipona tukundire pa family.
Asante sana sirimi ya wote wakunda.
Nsama ntate kuru ngabe atumwithane ndipulai oye quality tupe uyerere wimeno iri moshirongo wimeno uri muyoni iri muyoni imeno imwe otweitara shikia paka ina shironga ndenani ina shironga tajo programa yetu lima mbepo pamwe natushine kwa nima hitare kucha open fire utaka boxa na mkwetu kucho utaka pishashike setusikile na programa yetu tuweni komeho nayo natango kakere shipuwa hitu shongasho no shi imeno kwa tukaputara kucho hikita shinyenge ngo die tondera no heta tunonda tuile tatu onora no hetatu ondatu ombali ohetatu dirindatu one nonora noimwe ano ongodi tumo studio nina onora ohetatu ondatu ombali ohetatu dirindatu one nonora noimwe tobulu kudingiramo eto tupengane kucha pamushi iti mwena tango nengi kwa imwe ilipo yapumbwa moshiwana nenge ali ilongi pako kukunale tobulu kuyamo utupe uyere na tango
lipuranengeno wapumbwa evatero ulikoni maondutu toingida ashike kapeno nweku tite ovoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshefa ili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshefa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu kondado inawa nuneudo otukwetera o special ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendife nawa nokumona oijamo ili nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
The views and opinions expressed by our guests and callers are not those of Eagle FM and any of its
Eagle
staff.
FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Onga indepeta megambia kuja tukatsakana na open fire yache koshako ruwo dira na bulero open fire matokora po nao
Matokora po nao tate kuluma. Matokora po nao.
Matokora po nao.
Opanga moyo murina wa?
Oturina wa.
Very good, very good, very good.
Ni kuya kereko ndiwe te bulero ponari apaturumba kone lungu safano pamwe ototiko shakolu woderweni.
Yeah, aye so ojo siwa. Ya si ongrona lo kwatile elenge yare mala ko limonda batari danaka.
Yeah.
Yeah, mala yena butule ko lungu shaye. Yeah, olungu shayo modingo meke tekisto pelande ita ko olungu shaka.
Yeah.
Yeah, chega tu jone ja pata dano kana bombano na ba vai. Egreti go chega sa tikmetiri le. Yeah, so antes que lo que osilongwa na wakucha engo yoshike. Na eno kata tipo no tikilo no takalo no ko. Mara kuta no takalo lumi kwa ka penu dano ka. Yeah.
O swatara otoke no kanenge toka sindana ni tsahike.
Yeah, mala ondala kwa ipetugo opongo hilo ngosilongwa. Mala ontereka kalo tupa kuyemwene. Sasi o presango tete ke indiringa ka.
Yeah.
Yasi o mashina no anene mbano ati kai open sa wati hey esiwe di medili lady. Yeah, alo tadiele kwa naika gona ati kelonga ikingo tike mwendi fepo. Ya kutengo no kujano kuno kutengwa ne. So samoni must down. Yeah, kweno kwe ya petu ne ya malanga ineka. Sasa nganga ati kelonga. Nganga no tandike muyameka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ndisi dira kucha moro undanga pitoka karato mpo tough timer.
Ni ja kucha na etu na kwa ndi people mal kuche kesha pande mo no mitonde ko na pamwe ele frina tu kila pona wa. Ya so o kwa petos o pe batangwa je pe kilo ke no.
Ewa. Tapura kina.
Yeah.
O ki optotiko simeto to weda kombero tastingini she na tango ko rugo de na bulero.
Man, oro joko e dawi ke kucha no oso shima siwa. Ya sa su kucha ndi se entrenado otorwana le.
Yeah.
Ya modi ngotakala mo to shu owi wa mo do wa mo. Ya onge na tango jote kucha so tatukatana na tango ro dieri tena bulelo. Ya so owu na venya avana tango upcoming obo oso mongula. Ondo tena tango tasikilo ngamo shiwa tango mushe. Iya kucha engo na tite wange ipi.
Yeah.
Iya so sike. Iya oshima shora tango yo dinarisi na kilo ngemosha mushe kwa kitu na pulelo.
Yeah.
Iya baka kwa moshashi ya mushe. Iya nde ashe na neke 7 atukini ngila. Ya matu ya tango kwa swa over no na tango alabe lo modano engoyo. Iya nataka na watu pandro shama no start to boxing academy.
Yeah.
Iya una proving rojo lo pori peninge so shima shiwa nai. Iya sa nataka anu ba mwe oveni talent malaiki meko po so kapena watu ya ambitita kapena mbate ba promota opo onakale ko ya kile ko wewe.
Open fire to kumonongane mo boxe thimbwere ngwe mwene o college mo boxer kucho ponje oshirongo uhoreje na kwali.
Yeah, mala kuchu angoni ya iti kokoko eta meko tete mumbo.
Yeah.
Ya ame pushiro we no pote teomu opono hoti jenengo nyo dika medina analisa imo terminator. Ya o matingono oekenda opondi jenengo ndiemo ike membo nyomo sione nanga obedine gelai.
Mafamuli pamwe na tango thimbondino ankara pamwe na tango.
Yeah, pero tango ashinga no ato katulimo akademi mwe. Eko takawa telage kucha so eko umbange ipi. Ya so ndino kufena nge ipi. Ya so ndino kulonga ipi motivation mwene shibori ya purene.
Yeah.
Eko ikapu kinakwi. Ya kokuche ike ave mona mibia mu. Ya nasifane ike oheri Simon. Ya takwa kwenye wako tamamo ambuda deloka no ichimena ya no melolo no sileka no lambo no kanime. Anu veno kutarika weshashi ovanu ve tapo sha shia po mona mipia.
Yeah.
Ya anu vena esivodi waisho natangu na mapota kenda palatango bidina le matite to muvenda. Ya natangu na seta be matidoro no natango. Okucha ondala otoro na yengonyo kala mwana mipi ni sana ndika.
Yeah.
Ya oponante ne shita toka tulaba di so atunyege ka ucha natango twate undama shona natango aba talantula ko.
Niwa.
Ya sasa na mipi ya mwene teko nyapo ote kutenge na mipi yake mwaka. nenambia kuna ustalindi shengo nsia pushiri mbona inai. Ya oiche Namibia beshe ya na Afrika ya na vatele uno na natango ava verimba tite tutango vala pakate yengo no vala kwa kumejo no natango. Ya
ewa oko
ya ilo pena wali pro natango
ponje oshirongo wapo pya pongango uhole.
Ya ko ndio silon ko unene oipo vina friend yange ngajo o mactation ya no eva na orifirda ya na menipakiao ya na tres carforta ya oshoyo kanelo ya sasa nuko to kana bona unene simbori yange ya tuturida disimo na goto konje ilongo ko
ya
atu ala komedi mata taita bufena ama tena vateka no va harisimona ya ongen ngenge openango ratango o urana vashona bala ko hiyo relo akanu vangashi veringao
ya
odori to tukucho taka ko kule endara taka tu natako champion na tia mona vipiamo
ya
ina tako nese tsapore rwesi polera tingelo ko silongo ya na kale ke non chilo
ya
no tameke na no kule piminga
aye
ya
ndete kuchamu ho mwa patrule lungu sangika tukatalini ini ngwanima inenete ini ngwa mona mbia iskunjo.
Ya no hayo watu pandulango enda no last point ndane natango lito kana tango e poromba tete ko chim kilo na mbia na poromota ya ucha etame ko leshari kala lichu ya aba no pate ave mita fengo sanse na no topia sha ilo oshoyo o tate kiria taki ko sorto por academy ya natango na vango natango pata ilo ko poromota pe na vitule mongo ta prometi ya kucha an o poromota na o asente ngi pinana de kursa do otiko si songipi ya so opola e komis opola preta kuno na mashara vile mbaditetu
haye tate kuluna tukupandule ndiete kucha patu kakala tutakanye umbangi tukamona umbangi esikona tankaba sotakiranga nemetine mutanke tupana na kucha oshimo tashikakala shilinginyo programa ihotekale ilingini na tukupandule kundira pa family wanu
watate kuno mataku nante kuno kalu nawa
yaro
thank you bye
open fire kwali natango tapatulula olungusa nokambako kucha unataki kwatana bulelo uyo tachaye napokalo ambulansa anua mati wanataka tumbwamba open fire na tachaye mati ngona kuno kutumbwa mwashike kanjine kucholeta katumba kwao ningo leta katumba kwao shasha hota kalali mudiu pona moshwamba utu yanoka pena mwali tatumba kwao ngato katalanga nekucha ojete kitora pebi shasha iken open fire na tati okuno kuitora pevi opondimo na kucho nden okwataka ena normalmente kwao shuta popinga na teniko programa eto o programa eto tu miti ya unene ngal popi ini mangasho miti o no dakala dipango tate kuluni ni munao o no hete kila nengi no kambadara uningo shima wa shishi ukanme o miti ngahita dipopo o midi o mafo o shike imati wa ishiku cha ilo ngitwangini ashiku kia de ko pangelo ndene soli lipo pepita likwala hashi oyenji hauwa kini mata ipopo ande so tapo pye kucha ikwashi kwali ilo ngitwanale noza pana ndotiki lefema oyati nandika kongi itiri ngao nengi hwairi ngao noshirekera nande so tapo kucha me kuluna tate kulali ya longi tashike etimbo ya uziko shashikali yeno michopo de apaife kali yene mbizidano danatango no mbizidano ndopo pedita la paife kali yeno mikitho dini diji ndonontata la paife so paka leke tushi omikota no omwe omusikucha omwe odo oshijani muyoni hashiruku dipaga anto enji muyoni kehe konvura omwe do dene ya ano ngero shima kushishi inoshirongitha inokambadha ukaningi wanga nguka pantu ukahupira antu ne ukaningishike ai inoshirekera nande oporo kama de kutupa kucha oshike shala shirongithwa nale pono dia to nden kunkiri ngana kucha inokanma ini mawaishi wewe kete bande to keilongitha ai ini mino ene ba hairongo na mbaino shirika ezimonye ni alini ni machanga neto kanma nena shirika ufige pono yoni na okuri na tunateni ngode twacho nora no heta tunondatu nombali o heta to dirindatu one nonora noimwe ngeno nombito otawuru kuyamo eto tiko shako programa etu depende ni pamwe no programa etu watu itana kucho ntuma no tune pamwe sikopo tundi onti nguyo ngurohe ya programa etutungo etunombe kucha nale monale antokwali alongi tashike iti nzo twatale no misati ni mo injinji iti ya simana shono tashike leo na tango kucha ka tutetashike oshikwa shashoka omisati befatu dimanama ngwata nando moshana regionamo totameke kipenda ngwa kapena isati pali pena no miti no mihongo no mi panda no mi shikere ko dinji no mi kama dalipo nare ndeka dipo na tutare kucha awambo otuenene talongitha ekuya nyo number 4 ndengo imoka wango omichomo ikadhiri minene ndete iko zambezi hono kuna shikoma kutina tango nde yaenga mengo ya moshitopura shitu shokonotha unene pondinga ushirongoma takepe kapo atipandula na tango yono kuningino yake nganjira no kuma kwa rudhi hono ayo no omiti na tango dhiri nao nde pokati ngapo hado patempa aye kapena emiti poka antu yale feke poende ponayo no makuya eta tetagura ndeni infinity furwa mo mevi ano otakpopa kucha eno mikunda takamitheni inmetha antu ta kokorashike antu ya mota kokorashike nde pie lirongo kokorashike mpate buluku hurira to buluku longa manga eto karano kuti hoye eto tala komvura doko mehona tangu cho toka ningashike inota meke wapewe harango tota meke to kokora kashiri maveta de tuditu ndaike ndio te kuchitu ndaike pa feirongere kumwe o tuno kutara nawa mbae na shano unene no mikunda ni pundi ni kanjo onato na tere shapena mwa kateta iti o mausiku kateta ikwa o mausiku na to na tere na tarike teta etako kota tafora ko ta Itanopolis danta kwa atumbua pareke oshirongo shetu shiwana tushikore nambio tu evili no mbili ya o ndiwete otapumba ko pareke ni oshirongo shetu ndatushi tashika shino miti onto tete pono miti de ngaine mona nando tutatsiki nando omie de nashiki omie tadi tekamo de omikuru dali motadi tekamo tadi tadore tadi tepapositu siru ndo anyembo keta oni au koseke nando $25 ndete atotsike pono paipe no pameno ntina lengo no itotula po uma no migongo ndeno mwanti atu nyembo okutsike ini machanga ya motuli pomea atu nyembweni otuna kutalana tango unongono tuna kutalana tango cha kombinga ngashikombuga oshiketa shopareko anoshike okadafino yakwa enji yeta oshike omakuti mokati ko shirongo shaja ikombuga nde eta tsike ilmanino tuna kulandula kucha ngenda hara oshirongo omikunda detu nando pondinga ndangwa no sakati nengwe dibalo hono twetepo miti ukasi oke mautapi no ko nganjira uya omiti dino tuno kulongitha etatuima munongo noni kuchaye omiti dali kutamapo kumafono ondino na shibulihira tutetashike bwito turaposha alini machangao na pikereni ahorike upokatu kaintu na maudhi wachangao omiti taditisha omiti odho kumeko kantu na tango omifudo njatu fudandi adi komiti domiti taditu omifudo data na tango so ontu nonti no shina no chihwa nengo shimeno atu yamwe ninge ini meimwe na tu takamitheni na pirongeni potuka tukucha omiti oshike ngodi tu onora no heta tu no ndatu no mbali o heta tu dirindatu one nonora naimwe otobulu kudengera mo studio atupeni omiti mulipeni tuli mo studio o ndio tena ambaye atalili ko Facebook o ta bulu kutumana se tu ni komejo no programa itu atupi omtuma ni meriko nta unkauluma no to pishinasha no miti no takara nenge dakara diwa ko tatekulu unata taeha manu nata kawite na yagomboka nenge ina imeno tunayo natango ngashi iyuguru ushiguru nasho ushimasha simana shiguru ndishimo shipanyama tu oshimumu ya iyuguru nasho imasha simana kakwali kuna o tande pasta nini mo injinji ngashi tuina paife anto akuseko iyuguru ndet omayego taga toka to era keta litirigana de ukwashike wakhala kutalaho tuyego watoka lira i ningashike no shiyugurusho etio pare ke mokana sho shiruru na tango ndio kucha ashidi paga mono mbaki teri mokana ili ma ade ilongithwa nale imwe mi khwane ngeo mitidimwe takara ilongithwa na natango ngashi wakhala kuningi yuguru nenge wakhala kuinga mokana kuyoga mokana indolongitha ontishango openo mitidimwe itaburukushi ningala ndinande nane kutumbula ndombo ina mahini tuburu kuturako itoburu kuitura mokana nande neteke kwetro shiponga peno mitidimwe dono no kutasina nenge una wakhala kuyoga okana koe ongashi omisati omigoro mimpupa yake dono teburu kudirongithana ya osho ngode tacho onora no getatu no ndatu ya tatu kasi onora no getatu no ndatu no mbali o getatu de ndatu one nonora no imwe ano onora no getatu ondatu no mbali o getatu de ndatu one nonora no imwe angode tumo studia shashine no tuliko benduka ngane ko tuli no atupi o programa eto o ontumwa o osho shiringa ashiko shinjitwa mono kutate kuru Mugabe atumwita ndate kuru Mugabe putu puyerera ngiro pena umweta wedako aongo dia patruka totupe kuchayo ushwe tengin ngekebana sha aturuko yakomejo no programa de tu ngasha twinado una pategera ko tu dengire tatukwala ke popo ashimwe tunuko yakomejo tutarayo na tango ne hupoji muna etweni mokatike etweni imuna eno tapumba tukala atutali imuna nawa etapiro ngeni imuna o awambotazi ngane nale ni imuna ndena tango yamwe atunyengwa okumuna imuna ukale una imuna we monkarombwa nawa ya piwende wanyengwege nando ombwa we ni yaiku haikugamene nando tai hama ashibota sheka mana shidipawa makwali no yali no kupangwa shikende tekala nawa imuna yetu ya tupangeni imuna yetu nande tupangeni imuna yetu upotuka yetu na imuna ili nawa na tango na tutale ombuto ombwa nawa dokuninga imuna akeka ikoshi imuna tuadhango tolanda hanongo beo aye indu pura tateni nengo hogonaeni ambale tabukulombula kucha kuthongo benjo akuluntunga amba na hambo na tumba yako kelapo hambo nenge inangauseyo imuna otabulu kukupa kucha ongo benyo ombwana wandeka ishi ongo beo kumunajo tutaka tutani imuna yetu shona tanga shatu kucha otuna antu eni imuna ngobe dinando milongo khiali nde onlongwa dikeka na mayego dia vivara nande oshikitore ntapongo bedono nenge udi fare ko katomeno ndeto ka kongo ngobe di mwedire opoka karuna ngobe duka komero natango natutalini ombuto do nsezi ikombo ongobe na keke toshimuna uchinguru totalo mbuto nitaiburu kukwetera oshinamwenyo shiri nawa tashikaka shino ngusho shishikupetho shimaliwa osho tunokuningenisha ngeri hasho katuna katuyeni nande otuneni ini machanga na onjuka maumbo onjuka nalenda kwati mono onjuka nenteri wa membo ndanto ekota makere ndu kwa paife ai shaka ipo akali wako mwene wegumbopo nokuli kokapapo nale shafana ongobe paife ongobe twateka ongobe atulithana kucha ukwanya mangobe undonga ngobe ulipo wacho ukurusho na afo mwengi tukongenyo nsezi dongobe tukongenyo nsezi di kombo butuka tuno mbuto mbwana shashika tunaiko mbuto indaike na ndongula to piti ndeto imo taike na ndo pondangwa fe andata pesa ne kwekusi indeke na ndo pondangwa ne po shakati me de talongo beto da mo makerene mo tadirimo ungo ito dimburura inano katana I kombo ito dimburura inano no kakombwena uni mashke wa wananga ukakombo takari wa membo skuli mwalike ikombo nale umwali mashke umathanange agi tono kucho kapate lange chutari nyutariti paka wede kucha oshikombo tashende poko mandepa ifae ombutonjo nayo twakanitheni tushuneni koni mandatu ta ini meiko te kanitha shike misura karo te di kanitha ini meiko te kanitha de katuna posha empa tushuneni konima awambo zenomi imuna kwali nija na tango antu enjimba yali eshikulo ngija otahuruko oso mono I omapya gamwetaga putu ndo pukunda galiaga ningija nde paifengi ae mapya matoke rashike oshike mbera onseyo mbaino kulonga omapya kaipoe nta pendu ga iketando ponlongo takapen mapya nalo galia hagalongo mo usiku shota ukasha onto ulipo kukuza mapya nukuli walonga nali epya to lilongo to ishema nga kondingo sho wategera epya likaleji ni jangini hokatumishe manga ukakongishe manga ukatombonengo katala kucho anota kaningashike takatulako suka manga opoye alonge nawa wategera shiri ukale umoni jangao toshiningwa yashiningwa kemete mojo na eka yashiningwa nande nakundi taishkwetele ke nande ijane bitushi otapumba tuyene ya komeko imuna tunongo ben ni kombo ne bitushi ikombo ni kombo bitushi tunokutala nawa ndeta ikomeko na atuna ya komeko shibulite atu ningashikini makadu shibya atu ningenishike tukongeni onsezi okuzaike kongo bendesu oko shikombo ndesu oko shingulu noko njuhwa noko ndongi noko nzina tango eto tansezi jitaibulu kuetithia ombuto mbwanao opokala iye komala ndithio nenge oponando weshi dipa toyonyamo mbwanao osho shiringao tategera mututengera ngodi konala no heta tunondatu nombali o hetatu dindatu one nonora noimwe ya tuimo un programa etu nonge kaipo haya tuiko mejor nashi mweshiri autaranga de kucha oshiketa shinyenge nautale on iponga monjira oinja holike keke siko tomono hutota ipi ila kandoma ningea ningo shiponga yoto ike paifa imatukane antuka tunako inasha oni ya kucha utoya nja imatuka iburi ya mkweni ndeko meho ya kushikucho shikeka shotoka tala uli mwena ikwe imweta izu yoto ike paifa imatuka kucho tuka lo baki no ibeneke no marori o marori no cho wali thigipo shotoka mbirika ikenge elo yondi no tali kupite pombambo yukawi tutaka mitheni opate tuka chombina ika nde se o mahingo ke tuka gelina wanande nande atu nyengweni ya tufendereni mambo getu omagumbo getu mahala getu tugafendereni opo tukalekepo ombere wando notali tupe uwanawa tukala tuikondolanika tukala tulimelandulathano singika pena ombere otai tulandu melandulathano nini maije teka iwinai tutakamitheni tukondoleni inme tufendereni na tufendera tufari ifendera konguru no mombi beri omoshiri gero ikaro mawi toshimono omoshiri kucha tukanya tufendereni o mahara getu mbere oshiri mone shashangwa ethimbo yalita shanga kakero shafata na ikeno shikwaona tango efendero talipopua jojo ngata inajo komisira kwa tunesi toke twakapendula potuka kwa minganyi opena shikumungu sha herero shiri mona tango o yakhala ku Kongo chifa nde natango tanyengwa shikumungu shono shamo shiriko kota paife shiriko mangu paife kunare li yali yakhala kutho shipundi kimu yakhala kutho shipundi shono asemane o kashiende kachiwa o nasemane hoderu koro ya o oyo tatalangane kucha so nasemane bekwiri koro mano njenda ojeta ipopo shipundi shalinga o oshimashono shaherero kukala ena akwanirwa nenge chifa ngashine ashurwa paifa ashipopo paife shatameka naemo 1863 wi ko shatamekeraho ya nonande akwanirwa ko yakala na thimboli ele konopo pakaza okwenda taende ye uno tashika yamo enji aliko nale o tashikia mo kapuo tashikia shuka rwa huno tashikia mo mori wako sabaniri wako atundimbulura shoshike mo vekwiru koro paifengei yakhala ne ngutaka kala ushipundi shono sha herero ya aero yatopoka nemo mongudu dhiri ndatu opena yamwe yoshitherando ombea mono ya zalini mitirigane pena shiapa akala zali inima ya fitokere yo unene mbono yaga makomaruru kombinga ya maruru opena oshigirini ambanderu aike mbono hapulekera kalimwali kambara kakere pokati koshierero no shimbanderu ngere ushera kalino upaike tomono kucha oho ambara ayafashika ambanja na ambara ntu ahero oludirwa herero na mbanderu aika herero ashike mithira karo dao ambara da fathana kakere ichao ya oroka shoeringao ahero na mbanderu yafaika preso yafaika ambara ashike ambanja na ambara ntu ambara hapo pia kalimwe pina mwe hapo pia fa sunye ngasiko shinganjira shikwarudhi kashona hapo pia fa nandara ya afata popi afa asunye nge ya anosho shiringa okucha openanga shipunita shi la kalima shaka ya khara yaemo kakere shaka mona kucha taiti kashi wae kwali akogorwa ya zamano hodene nguna hodiri wako okwaka mona kucha no mahoro kagalipo uyuki yo tabloko shimasho tibloka paipo tonye ngwane shashi anbono yo tumbono aekembono o erimo shikumungu sha na mana herombe ali paura kandoishi paife uno ya topokane yo eno shipotasha ina shipwana tango shema dipago shina shipwana tango ya dipago kashike kandoishi na shipwana tango yeshifaile ko Germany tashifala ko USA ndio paife shigarura mo Namibia kakene tango tatsikirita ina shokomero ini machanga ndio te okunkutira kwashikika shona unene getashia mikundaneki mwiwete ngande yamwe kamubite kucha oshike oshimashine shono akhero ya dipa wana nama akhero haishi tena kucha oshitiro shinjanja ochitiro ochinjanja oshitiro shinjanja tashitingini otashiti edipago enyanyarithi okana akakwata ashikeko takadembwa konti onkulukadha kutwekei ila munduda kucho kwakhala nina khala yotalongerwa ngashi mbia khala antu ta dipawa ameta pingulu yameta kupo popo paza antu yakutwa no farama inandicha tukakusenyando farama anipike onjo konona natushuviko nawa una yamwetu etanga ili maika tifa la politika kende aye na puthikamo tumbangu taunikishike nashike aye se akotulike ko kepanjaho atulombe kucha osho shalinga kucha antu ya dipa wangini oshike shenderepo ndo wishari fantrotangwali onkhona wa ndowishi gonwali onpuita wa ndowishi ta wili komatanga okwati oshiwana sha kherero ashikena shidipawe ochiwana shobayo ngachiyandekwe shitakuti wangao ngachiyandekwe kucha ashikena shidipawe shikombolwe na shikombwe kombanda hivi icha yoshi rero shitaitingao hano otashurike kucha kwali kuno maudhi ugaliko antu yamwe natango yasaike konjara kaina stali ina adipawa shashi yakelewi kuja omea etagaturu uzigo yamwe tazimone ta ukarwa huya ta pitipo po tsesero ampono afa ukako kaitivia yamwe taiko shawana yamwe taiko South Africa kunena ko South Africa kuna akhero enjina tango yakara konale masimbo othimbo nale yamwe taiko shawana ate kune yamba ile ko shawana yamwe yagaruka monambia pefo ile ko chumpwerwaho oko yamonema kongama oko yamonena ofarama kepangero yagarukire ano ate kurwa hikena ate kurwa yagaruka baya yabara yasile kongane yakurupa yamwe yakaza kweta pitimbano ta pitipe tabirwa mpono ethimbono o tabino fruit fondina ndono na cheke oambo kwali chashi ato yakaneta konyita yakara mokashana shamo no kucha no peni ya makucho poku mapuwa nawa ya ta konjone nde palita pokonyitwa.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud. So
not fraud, it's a scandal.
Scandal.
Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have a capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past, and it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Lipuranengeno wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maundu tuto ingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doini nawa nuneudo otukwetera o speciala ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamoiri nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye. Lipuranengeno wapumbwa eva tere ulikoni maundu tuto ingida ashike kapeno nweku dite opoye ekukulile oshafafana nongeshe faili meholamo ihoetike kovano ile koshiwana onongeshe fa yapumbwa kukaraya kovano okupitiramo Eagle FM otuna ebitoda njuka okukwetera oipindi konu konda doini nawa nuneudo otukwetera o speciala ngetashake ngeshefa omarudi dayoloka opone ushendi fenawa nokumona oijamoiri nawa ningepata fanona monika ko Eagle FM onora etatu imwe mbali heali nola natu heali mbali no heali ile komberewa nora hetatu natu mbali o hetatu batatu o mafelane Eagle FM the eye.
Natia kama kuna programa yetu ndati programa yetu ili mbepo ya notini pamoja na programa yetu una atpopi ini maito una tulimo ma programa yetu ngashidiringe atubishikenana atu programa yetu dukirira setue momodo setore kucha utapumbwe nishike oshike tuno koninga me programa detu ya ongo de tacho na no heta tu nanda tu no mbali kotatu dinda tu one nonora noimwe yango de tu studio tu rukuyamo et popia ni kucha o shike ta shendemo ma programa etu pivene kucha shono shapumbiwa na ina shapumbiwa o zatuni komeko ya o otapopi ini mainji na utalo yogoki moshilongo shetu yoga tunyangweni kuyogoki na tukhala kuopareka na tukhala kuyoga na tukhala kuopareki kutu yetu no mahala getu mpa tukala unene onyala omake ogo ontandelithi uuzigo kolutu lwomuntu yakutimba tuli pomeya natuyoge onyala detu kutya notezi mu studio paifengi andoteo onyala de kutya toka kwati ikulya monjila ike twende ona tango ombakitelo dhinji tuyoge onyala detu osho shina ukalanga detu niko meho nini meimweile tuyo okay kombinga limushite otokhala kutya kakuna meya nde pape no meya tuyoge onyala detu tuyeni komeho opo tukaye tuli nawa ya ngeito oshiringito yogo onyala doye ongwe mwene pipe omauzigo ongwe mwene toningi nayi ongwe mwene pipe omauzigo ukakalemo nayi ukakalemo nayi kuthutale oshike kuthutale omeya ethimbo alihe etoyogo onyala doye ongulo nito penduka natango momakumbatha kambadhala ukale wiyoga ombuto nenge omauzigo noombakiteli paife odhinji nayi nenge ogendji nayi tutakamitheni utale omwe ondeti pepetame kofeya kutya omwe muuyuni paife odho dhili kotopa anute kuna iilongo yimwe ngaashi koDenmark no Iceland uyaka kuna omwe noko Alaska uyaka kuna omwe noko Canada uya tomono kuna omwe nupu nde iilongo ikwawo mbiya unene mu Afrika mono muna upyu atumoni huna kemwe man atuache nana atetu dhigu shashi membu inu haramo iholalamo umoto zeke kushimba ukanga kegumbo ano uneumbo lili peni nengu no falama ili peni ino file tu nando kanti ino popula moto utale kuchoshike shilimo umwe okadamo na mayoka umwe tuadamo ikoko niengere umwe tuadamo omwe dhili mwake dha valeramu ili meachanga una natango atuzanyo nga kudetunga shidoma chupando ningo nga kungandi adi patandi akolike unanga kudidenga pevikashono takucho munashike shabika mwina ndoma mawili no gataraga changao nago gonege no mauzigo ngika gi apukale thimbo ashike kucha otori kwa telepeni opomono kucha nalo jini uzigo yuna tali kumonero tali fadu kapotango kakere ngweli yatere mo ngaku nde kuna nandi kansina hivi kanga ukakale una iputi iteiro itainingi ira ita iporo tutakamitheni ilima ya changao tutakamitheni ongaro yetweni omayoka holike njine tepo pima okange usiku ayo njo tati kama tapo bikwashika nishewe aye omayoka holike una uri toya monduda muno mwavaliro njuhwa ndito yamone ko matango ninge kongulo khwene penda tunga shipaife anyasha tuke amonda tunone iyo tala yakucha oshike shirimo ukira hikombete limoja dheke linokuli nando kokio yosikusingawi yoshiwiro nena takamitha uli mudiwo shashero ko no kupula kucho toko ngoshike ngashikoma kutineho anto tata uliko misi tutaka no marobu koma kule wi ya ano una pende ngashimopyu ngashontoka iholeke kulangira ponjira tade kerangira waiki kuete tutakamitheni inamonyo na reteni na taitu atere disha tunyenge twamoneo kasatu dipaga makango no gali ikoko no mbuku ndero dirimoshi anto kagalipano ikoko no mbuku to dimana mo nimo tuno kupandula sha ningina tango inato dipaga nyashike una weli mona ninge jininga jifaduke ngane torombole kucha didenga konseto unyanya uronse we nengo tali kanyanya tali ontwete kunya atakanyanya we ukakonse yo tabupopo kucha ojo jetpende minea okuza mono takala tuna ombepo katu ya tulongele kuma kakele tapo bina ucha kanonto lyali alikala pama opolika kalejika he konkuru kadingea osho yali akala mushikunino shimwe ya solika kalepo katiko kwa Adamu no Eva mpea otuwete nga kucha pama hokoro omayoka ogali popino ntu ya uprogrameto aruko taipopinga taipopi ini mambitu no kuninga omashongo ngabiri moshilongo omashongo limo katiketu twapumboku ga kerera omarovu ngwega tala nawa oyenji pefe katulipo ponkaro yuntu otuli ponkaro imwe ili ndomoro marovu otado ntuma putuka noe ya moyali eno ndunge koskora na ina ndiro to mwada paife muno paife umo kwachoma entanda mo moshipara umo kena maigoga nde inaga dembamo ogazi mokomaro vashke ya mota songora ya moni huna ya teka ya ikatapo ya marovu akolike marovu na kutuina tumenye marovu ndena tugameni nawa paife sa tugano nai ya tugano nawa ka atugano shapitiria wo ta itu paife oma umbota kateka poko marovu ashike ne ogenji ta antuta sotozi ono totukana anongu kana penduke ke kuningiri kujongwe nkokana haye kuhokana nde ukalo ta penduka mama utara takainika untatokera kundingosha oshire tuli mudigo marovu ta tufara ko kule tutakamithe nyo marovu aholike ano oshiringao ndote kuna shikomente dirine potu anjemba kukuya kwetu programa yetu neno yali inaendo enji pali monata tekuru Dipura Mugabe pali monata tekuru Bulero atuaka monata tekuru Open Fire ayeketa ganjo moyerera kakere shikakonda tushikanye kutate kuru Mugabe ngwalimo yashi oye ajo fimba inongo dini na mo programa yetu atpandula yake mbono yakala pura kena ko programa yetu nandi ina mone himbo kudengera mo ndito kucha mwakala mapura kena ko programa detu gasha tu deta moshito atpandula oshilongo shetu shino mbili onambia ina mbili nonande muno makungu tongane tamuriwo dinyeru mo tamuriwo mbongo mo tamuriwo o dollar pamikalo dino didi ini machango ina pikulisi po aholike ya aye ondwete ya kwetu nokuli ya momo ina ta etu pomo yerire tategeranga no minte de tumbali dipweko si tu ganjo mpito kwa ngutarandurako dete kucha programa isa petote karandurako si tu imonawa tuta kucha kita shiningwa mo programa yetu ondwete programa yetu sharinga eli meriko anata ko uruma ulmentu wonkuta no monotende mono wetu kucho tapo endo ulmentu wonkuta ya atupo pinga kucha akuta nandishi yali aitema kucha akuti akwakuti kashwali no mal manene wale yo gogo kutuma aye iye kamisashike ontono ngono ne wakala wakanyene kantu kucha tulombalika akwakuti kwatu aye na rundulengane tashiningi taningwa akuta ya unenetso twazi mwamba yo kuziro mboni hapiti wake tango manduda akolika polo kama yetu sharinga na tumpandule kwa ikezo no makala mapula kena ina yanga ina tangwe atutina tukato lipo na shitukala lipo na bye bye.
Eagle FM lets you express your constitutional rights of freedom of expression without fear of favor.
This is actually, to put it mildly, an economic scandal.
Fraud.
Not fraud, it's a scandal. Why do you give a tender to somebody who does not have capacity to build? Why should you do that? You know a person that does not have the capacity to build.
Eagle FM lets you talk.
That's why I'm always telling people in Parliament, let me not take up my Katatura manners.
Right.
Because I grew up in Katatura. And I will not hesitate to tell you off if it is needed to do.
Be part of the debate by setting the agenda.
My response in terms of Rwanda at 6% is that we had been there before. We've had 6% growth before. It's not something that Namibia has not achieved in the past. And it's not something that Namibia will not be able to achieve in the future.
Eagle FM, the eye.
Dear listener, the following show is a playback.
The following show is a playback from Eagle FM podcast.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am so sorry for that long wait. It has been raining in Windhoek City and it has been wild. And if you are using that other network, then you understand most. It has been rough, it has been tough, but we are here nonetheless. So ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about our authentic selves and we're talking about getting into our element as human beings, as people. And this is a conversation that we have carried since yesterday, and we continue to carry this conversation over because, well, fortunately enough for you and for me, our conversation is not entirely over. So we're going to start with signs of your authentic self. Signs of your authentic self. Now, one of the signs here stuck out for me, and it stuck out for me simply because I'm like, wow, but how do you know? Like with everything, I have a follow-up question of how do you know? So first of all, you must be kind to yourself, and also you must not let external social conformities make you who you are. But how will you know? How are you gonna know? How are you gonna know that society is making you who you are? How are you gonna know? How are you gonna know you're unhappy about certain norms? How are you gonna know? That you're not gonna know. So, I don't know, it's wild out here. So, the signs, you feel right and at peace with your actions rather than torn or hypocritical. That's how you know that you're living in your truths. But after this question, I still have to ask, how are you going to know? Because you can also feel at peace in it, and you can feel right about very not so clever decisions, right? You have the power and the ability to do that. So how are you going to know that I feel at peace for making the correct decision? How are you going to know? You're not going to know. You're not going to know. You're just going to wing it out and thug it out. And through that thuggery, that's how you're going to know, I guess. Right? So you are going to feel right about certain decisions that you make, and you're going to find peace in it, and you are just going to be within yourself, and you're not going to be torn between things. So this could also be, especially when it comes to cutting people out of your life. You know, sometimes we've said things like, oh, now cutting people out of your lives, cutting people out of your lives, cutting people out of your lives, cutting people out of your lives. You're like, oh, okay, cool. But then, right, you get to a point and you're like, cutting people out of your life? Wait, what? I think I like the peace that comes with it. I think I like the joy that comes with knowing that I don't have to stress about anything or anyone at any given time. I think it is one of those inspirational things, like, okay, cool. So the next one is reduce need for approval. You stop pretending to be someone else to please others, and you stop engaging in unnecessary drama or small talk. Now, one thing that I have
Cyber threats are no longer just an IT problem. They are a risk to our national security and the core of our economy. Join various leaders and industry stakeholders at the 3rd Namibia International Cybersecurity Conference and Exhibition NICSC 2026, taking place from the 22nd to the 24th of April at Arabush Travelodge in Windhoek. Corporate early bird registrations close on the 31st of March. So register now at dstek.com.na. NICSC 2026. Securing Africa's digital future.
Alrighty, that one caught me off guard, but we are going to move nonetheless. So there's this small talk thing that we all do, and there's this unnecessary filling of our phones with numbers that we are never gonna call, that we are never gonna link up with, that we are never gonna go on dates with, that we are never gonna go on lunchings with, or anything, to be honest. Like, yeah, like there's just nothing you and I can most probably talk about in our lives. Like, there's nothing. But yet we entertain that thought in that moment. And it could be being cordial, or it could be being polite. But for me, that's just small talk. That's just depleting the little energy that you still have left. And I would like to believe, I just wave now. I just wave. Like, I talk to those that need to be spoken to. I talk to those that want to speak to me. I'm done, guys. I'm so tired. I'm tired. And you stop pretending to be someone else. Now, this is a difficult one, especially if you have been someone else for such a long time. If you have always been a people pleaser for a very long time, then this one is a very difficult one to fathom. You understand? Because you don't really know when you are a people pleaser. And how you would figure out that you're a people pleaser is going back to number one, where you don't feel torn about your decisions. You don't feel torn about saying no to someone. You don't feel bad about not wanting to entertain someone. You don't feel obligated to fix other people's lives. You no longer feel like that. And that's how you know that maybe I was a people pleaser. Maybe I was one of those people that was really about the people pleasing, and I need to change my mindset, and I need to change the game. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's go into our first conversation for today. It's only a few minutes, and then we'll come back and dissect the rest of our topic. Enjoy. We as Eagle Media House do not claim any ownership of anything at all, except the matriarch's voice in this show. So everything else that's in between lingers between your thoughts and others.
Facet of our lives. But I want to begin by telling a story about a group of researchers in Italy. Dr. Fabrizio Benedetti and his colleagues studied a group of patients undergoing thoracic surgery. Now, what you should know about thoracic surgery is that it's a very invasive procedure. Patients are put under anesthesia while the surgeons make major incisions into the muscles of the sides and the back in order to gain access to their heart and to their lungs. Now, about an hour after the anesthesia fades away, the pain starts to set in. Fortunately, patients are given strong doses of morphine sulfate, a powerful painkiller. This is routine treatment for thoracic surgery, but Dr. Benedetti and his colleagues made a few subtle tweaks. Half of the patients were given the dose of morphine by a doctor at their bedside. The other half was given the exact same dose of morphine, but it was administered into their IV by a pre-programmed pump. Now, you would think that both of these groups of patients would experience the same relief, but this was not the case. The group that received the morphine by the doctor reported significant reductions in their pain levels. The other group, the group who received the same exact amount of morphine but wasn't aware of it, they didn't seem to experience the same benefit. So Dr. Benedetti and his colleagues didn't stop there. They used the same procedure to test the effectiveness of other treatments. Treatments for anxiety, treatments for Parkinson's disease, treatments for hypertension. And what they found was remarkable and consistent. When the patients were aware of the treatment and expected to receive the benefit, the treatment was highly effective. But when they weren't, that same drug, that same pill, and that same procedure was blunted, and in some cases, not even effective at all. So I read about these studies when I was a student at Harvard University, and at the time I was heavily immersed into the literature on the placebo effect. And the more I read, the more I started thinking about the true nature of placebos. So what is the placebo effect really? Well, most people discount the placebo effect as just some magical response to some fake pill or some faux procedure. But that's not what the placebo effect is. The placebo effect is not about the faux pill or the sugar pill or the fake procedure. What the placebo effect really is a powerful, robust, and consistent demonstration of the ability of our mindsets, in this case, the expectation to heal, to recruit healing properties in the body. So what is a mindset? A mindset is quite literally a setting of the mind. It's a lens or a frame of mind through which we view the world. We simplify the infinite number of potential interpretations at any given moment. Now, the ability to simplify our world through our mindsets is a natural part of being human. But what I want to suggest to you today is that these mindsets are not inconsequential. And instead, they play a dramatic role in determining our health and our well-being. So while I was at Harvard, I had the opportunity to work with Professor Ellen Langer. She's a professor of psychologist, and when she heard that I was also a Division I athlete, laughed at me. She said, "You know, exercise is just a placebo, right?" Now, I was kind of offended because at the time I had been spending up to 4 hours a day training my body to be in optimal shape. But she did get me thinking about mindsets and how they might matter outside of medical walls. Was I getting fitter and stronger because of the time and the energy that I was putting into my training? Or was I getting fitter and stronger because I believed that I would? What about the other extreme? What if people were getting an extraordinary amount of exercise but weren't aware of it? Would they not receive the same benefit? We decided to test this, and to test this we found a really unique group of women, a group of 84 hotel housekeepers working in 7 different hotels across the U.S. So these women are on their feet all day long. They're using a variety of muscles and they're burning an extraordinary amount of calories just doing their job. But what's interesting is that these women don't seem to view their work in this light. We asked them, we said, "Do you exercise regularly?" And 2/3 said no. So we said, okay, well, so on a scale of 0 to 10, how much exercise do you get? And 1/3 of them said 0. I get no exercise at all. So we wondered, what would happen if we could change their mindset? So we took these women, we split them into 2 groups. We measured them on a variety of things, including their weight, their blood pressure, their body fat, their satisfaction with their job. And then we took half of them and we gave them a simple 15-minute presentation. We gave them this poster and we said, "You know, your work is good exercise. It satisfies the Surgeon General's requirements, which are quite simply to accumulate about 30 minutes of moderate physical activity. You should expect to receive those benefits." 15 minutes. We came back 4 weeks later and we measured them again. Not surprisingly, the group that didn't receive this information didn't change. But those that did looked different. They dropped weight. they had a significant reduction in systolic blood pressure. They dropped body fat. And they reported liking their job more. So what does this tell us? Well, to me, it was fascinating that just as a result of a simple 15-minute presentation, the whole game changed, producing a cascade of effects on both their health and their well-being, presumably without even changing behavior. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, how do you know they didn't change their behavior, right? Because that must have been what produced the effects. Well, we know they didn't work anymore. And the room attendants themselves assured us that they didn't join the sports club down the street. But of course, we can't know for sure if they weren't, putting a little more oomph into their making the beds. So this question really plagued me. Is there a direct, immediate connection between our mindsets and our bodies? So to test this, I worked with my colleagues at Yale, Kelly Brownell, Will Corbin, and Peter Salovey, and we did so by making a big batch of milkshakes. So we made this big batch of milkshakes, and then we invited people to come to our lab to try the milkshakes, and in exchange, we would give them $75. Sounds great, right? Well, the less appealing aspect of the agreement was that while they were drinking the shakes, we had them hooked up to an IV so we could get their blood samples. We were out to measure ghrelin. Ghrelin is a peptide. It's secreted in the gut. The medical experts call this the hunger hormone. So when we haven't eaten in a while, our ghrelin levels start to rise, signaling to the brain it's time to seek out food, and slowing our metabolism to, just in case we don't find that food. Now, say we go out, we find and we devour a milkshake, a hamburger, some French fries, our ghrelin levels drop, signaling to our brain, time to stop eating, and revving up the metabolism so we can burn the food that was just consumed. So the participants came in, we hooked them up to an IV, and then we gave them a milkshake. Sensa-shake. This is 0% fat, 140 calories, 0 added sugar. This is guilt-free satisfaction. So they drank this shake, and in response, their ghrelin levels dropped, but only very slightly, signaling to the brain that some food had been consumed, but not a whole lot. So a week later, they came back to our lab. We hooked them up to an IV again, and we gave them this shake. 620 calories, 30 grams of fat, 56 grams of sugar. Now this is decadence you deserve. And in response to this shake, their ghrelin levels dropped again, but this time at a significantly steeper rate, about 3 times more than the shake they had before. Now, this would make good sense to any metabolic nutritionist who understands that the drop in ghrelin is proportional to the amount of calories consumed. But there was a catch. In this study, even though the participants thought they had consumed the sensible shake and the indulgent shake, in reality, we gave them the exact same shake at both time points. So what does this tell us? Well, just as in the case when the same amount of morphine produced more or less of an effect depending on our awareness, and just as in the case when the same amount of exercise produced more or less of a benefit depending on how it was construed, here again our mindsets proved to matter. In this case, suggesting it might not be just calories in and calories out, or the precise makeup of fats, nutrients, but what we believe, what we expect, what we think about the foods we eat that determines our body's response. So in light of this,
efiloshisho otalikulandulako nave wayuka ekwashilipaleko lomarwendo paiwano kupitila mo NHP oatupateleko mesho ekwashilipaleko lafika mafio pe dola emiliona omulongo da Namibia moshilyo shetu keshe kuyanja omakwafo unamiti enashane filo shisholo paulumo mumbu kwavo velipo nje yoshilongo shilyo shitopolwa sho ijo yetu tashiningwa inapawedwa nando ishoshela yasha opo umone yakulolo police moule o minute editionailela lishangifako nhp.com.na omanga ino ya morwendo ponje yoshilongo emango no malandula fano ododino kulandurwa NHP rooted in care for you.
Your health, your life, your peace of mind. NHP, we're about you.
Alrighty, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Are you and your authentic self sitting next to each other and thinking, Mara, this could work?
Yes. It behooves us to consider our own lives. What are our mindsets? And how might we begin to shift them, to alter them, to have them be more beneficial? So take stress, for example. What's your mindset about stress? If you're like most people, you have the mindset that stress is bad. Bad, bad, bad. Bad stress. Now this is not surprising considering that everywhere we look, there's warnings, labels, yelling at us, reminding us about the negative effects of stress. But the truth of stress is not so clear-cut, and in fact there's a robust and growing body of research showing that stress can have positive effects, enhancing effects on our health, our well-being, and our performance. Now, I'm not here to try to persuade you that the effects of stress are enhancing, but rather to point out that the truth of stress is like most things in life, and that is, it's uncertain. And therefore, to raise the question, do our mindsets about stress determine our response? So to test this question, I worked with Sean Aker and Peter Salovey, and we worked with a group of 300 employees. This was after the 2008 financial collapse. And we decided they were stressed. They had just heard that 10% of their workforce was going to be laid off, and they were overworked. So we decided to see if we could change their mindset. And we did so by having them watch simple video clips. So I'm going to show them to you here simultaneously, but half of the participants saw the one on the left, half saw the one on the right. You get the point, yes? So here we are, in the dark. So here we are, they're watching facts, research, anecdotes, all true, but oriented towards one view or the other. And what we found was interesting. Those who watched these simple 3-minute video clips before the bell rang, before their job began, over the course of the next few weeks reported fewer negative health symptoms, fewer backaches, less muscle tension, less insomnia. And they also reported a higher level of engagement and performance at work. So at this point, I've presented 4 studies that demonstrate the power of mindset in medicine, in exercise, in diet, and in stress. There are many other very talented scholars tackling this phenomena as we speak. Carol Dweck's research demonstrates us that if we can shift our mindset about intelligence and talent as something that's fixed to something that's changeable over time, it can dramatically alter our academic and professional success. Yale epidemiologist Becca Levy's research shows us that if we can change our mindsets about aging, from viewing aging as an inevitable process of deterioration to a process of gaining wisdom, gaining growth, not only shapes the course of how we grow old, but even extends longevity. Ted Kapchuk and his group at Harvard's Program for Placebo Studies is doing cutting-edge work understanding how we can begin to harness and ethically utilize the placebo effect in clinical practice. So though the context is different, the message is the same. Our mindsets matter. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that medicine doesn't work, or that there are no benefits of exercise, or that what we eat doesn't matter. It does. But the psychological and physiological effect of anything in our lives can and is influenced by our mindset. So is the power of mindset limitless? Probably not. But what I hope I've done for you today is inspired you to reconsider where those limits really are. Because the true task ahead is to begin reclaiming this power for ourselves, to acknowledge the power of mindset, and know that just like this, in just the blink of an eye, we can change the game of any facet of our life quite simply by changing our mindset. Thank you.
By changing our mindsets, my dear, by changing our mindsets. And in this changing our mindsets, right, that's how we can learn how to not pretend to be someone else. And also just stop engaging in unnecessary drama or small talk, clarity or desires. You clearly understand what makes you happy, sad, and what you truly want to do, rather than what you feel you should do. So how about we put that on a pedestal and we do better with that? How about that? And if we can maybe do that, then we can maybe figure out who we really are.
What an intriguing group of individuals you are. To a psychologist. I've had the opportunity over the last couple of days of listening in on some of your conversations and watching you interact with each other. And I think it's fair to say already that there are 47 people